Shall we start, sir? Or we'll wait for some more?
Ma'am, we can start.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So you already know yesterday I had put up little late. What are the things planned? It is little flexible. It depends on how fast or how slow we complete a topic. So we start with a revision of important things which I said yesterday. Then there is a well-known attack, is SQL injection attack. We'll talk about that. There are some remaining parts such as callable statement, execution of stored procedure. So we'll cover that. These are not really very much part of your contents. I mean, transaction management is important, but we do it rather with Hibernate, JP and all. But I'll give you overview. And then we are going to actually enter your enterprise Java. So let us not waste a single minute. You start answering. You know our protocol. You can always tell me in short forms and all. I can always understand. So 1 second. Yes, please start. First question is, what is JDBC? Not just a full form, guys. I know it is Java Database Connectivity. Anything other than that? If anyone asks you, what is JDBC? What is it? It's a standard question, standard answer. Yes, guys. Be responsive. Driver, that's a driver, Mohammed. So JDBC is an API. How you should answer it? It is an API, Java API. Like how you have Java utils, collection framework. Yes, it is an API to connect to database and perform the CRUD operations. Which is the package? Yes, which is the package in which JDBC is available. There are two packages. One is java.sql and the other one is javax.sql. Very right. So when you say java.sql, which is the data source? What is it which gives you the database connection? You know, driver manager. Driver manager or get connection is the starting point. So that gives you the fixed connectivity. Means when you say driver manager or get connection, suppose you said 10 times, every time driver manager goes to your JDBC driver, goes to database and fetches a connection. So that's a fixed connectivity. But in real world applications, when you are having concurrency, multiple clients accessing your services, accessing your web applications concurrently, which will deploy up in the cloud, fixed connectivity is not scalable. How many connections are you going to open and close every time? So javax.sql, when I show you, it is based on database connection pool. I have not yet taken that. I start with DBCP database connection pooling and all from Hibernate onwards. Just keep it at the back of your mind. Okay. So first is, what is JDBC? And the second question I have is, why JDBC? What makes JDBC so popular? Yes, Prashant, independent of what? It is the platform independent thanks to JVM because it's a Java API. But what is it JDBC brings in is the database independent. Very right, guys. So the next question is, how come, what makes JDBC database independent? How come? How it is database independent? Anyone? This is the question I'm having. Yes, there are two reasons. One reason is, I hope guys you have read the yesterday's sequence. Okay. So one reason is JDBC driver. And what is the other reason? The way API is designed. So how is API designed? There is a interface and the implementation class. Correct? Very right. So who is the provider of interfaces, which is nothing but the specifications, and who provides us with the actual implementation class? Answer that. Who is the provider of specifications and who is the provider of implementation classes? Because there's a separation. Yes, please. Yes, already I got answer from Amar. So it is the java.sql. Correct? Java.sql is the It's a API provider. What is to be done? When I say this, it answers the question. What is to be done? Get me the connection. Perform the, what is it called? Create the statements. Execute the queries. वगैरह. ठीक है? So that comes from Java. So it's a Java API. And who provides us with the implementation classes, please? It's the database vendors. Okay, let me say this. Either database vendors themselves give you JDBC jar, or there are third-party libraries, third-party companies who specialize in writing the JDBC jars. So there is a clear-cut separation. So you tell me the important question. What is it you write? What is it we use in the code? Option 1, interfaces. Option 2, implementation classes. Pick up the option fast. Interfaces. Guys, somebody saying implementation class, wake up. If you use the implementation class, won't it be specific to a particular database? Then when you want to switch from one database to another database, you'll have to make the changes in the code. So no, absolutely wrong answer. You have to use the interfaces. Without example, nothing is clear. So which is the interface, which is the starting point? Java.sql.connection. It is an interface. So suppose you use the MySQL. You have been using MySQL connector jar. Yes or no? So I showed you there's a package, something like com.mysql.cj.jdbc. और उसमें क्या है? There is a connection implementation class. Okay, so what is it we use in the code? We use connection interface. We are not even supposed to import anything which is database specific. Okay, so tell me, tomorrow I don't want MySQL. Tomorrow I want to change it to the Oracle. Which of the below will change? Connection interface, option 1. Implementation class, option 2. Or both of above or none of above? I said, when you switch from MySQL database to Oracle, which of the following options will change? Somebody is saying both of above. Guys, you have to revise your core Java once again. Interfaces and implementation classes. Arey, interface same hi rahega. What is it? Specification will be the same. It is only the implementation class, which is MySQL supplied, will be replaced by Oracle implementation class. Think about it. And once again, read the notes or read whatever you have regarding interface and implementation class. Okay, so let us make it crisp. We don't want to waste too much time. What is the specialty of JDBC? It gives you platform independence and database independence. How the database independence is supplied? Using the JDBC driver and the way the JDBC API is organized. It is JDBC API only consists of what is to be done, and the implementation is left to the database vendors. So they give you JDBC jar, which consists of, what does a JDBC jar consist of? It consists of a JDBC driver, which is what you can say. What is JDBC driver ka answer hoga? It is a two-way translator. Plus it gives you API ke implementation classes. Are we 100% clear here? I don't want a single doubt in your mind, especially on day 2. You have slept over it. So abhi to clear hona chahiye. Yesterday I don't expect it, but the next day, yes, I do expect. Okay, so itna hi hai. For example, another example. You know, prepared statement. Prepared statement interface hai I, या is it a class C, PST? What is it? Interface hai ya class hai? Interface. But where will you see the implementation class? In the vendor supplied jar. Database vendor supplied ho sakta hai, third party company bhi ho sakta hai. So there is a clear cut separation between what is to be done and how it is to be done, which is nothing but your implementation. And it is this separation which gives you database independence. Are we all good? Are we all understanding? Okay. Next one. When you say JDBC, guys, there are standard steps. JDBC is, straightforward API. वहाँ पे कुछ surprises है ही नहीं. So here, what are the generic steps? What are the steps? When somebody was asking me execution steps, generic steps in JDBC. Oh, sorry. उसके पहले थोड़ा revise करते हैं. JDBC driver job is translation. Sorry, it's a translation. Can you tell me what to what translation? One-way translation, two-way translation. Tell me, please. Exactly. So, what to what translation? Java methods, Java API to database understandable format. And the query results will be reverse translated into Java data format. All good? What are the different types? How many types of driver exists? 4. Which one we use and why? Type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4. Which one do we use? Type 4. What is it? It's a pure Java driver, 100% Java driver. And what makes it so special or so fast? Because does it depend on a, what is it called? ODBC layer, open database connectivity, the APIs and the converter? No. Does it depend on database specific libraries? No. Does it depend on any native drivers? Answer is no. It can directly connect with the database. Okay. So that is the beauty of it, and that is what makes it fastest. So when you say driver class, when you saw that in the driver class in the MySQL package, so here I'm just opening yesterday's one. So when you open MySQL jar, com MySQL CJ JDBC, and when we say driver.class, this is your type 4 JDBC connector. So tomorrow, even if you change it to MongoDB or Oracle DB or whatever, you will keep using type 4 only. Okay, that was the driver concept. Now you can start telling me what are the generic steps? What are the steps of execution? What are the development steps? Somebody told me like to revise. I have no problem in revising, but guys, you should also take efforts. When I tell you that this is the README to be followed, in the sequence, all the steps were mentioned. So anyway, start telling me. What is the first step? The non-programming step is add the JDBC jar to your project. Okay, so that is not in the code. Now, anyone and everyone, start telling me the steps. First step. Imagine that JDBC jar is added in the runtime class पर. उसके बाद क्या करोगे? Yes, you're right. Loading the JDBC driver. Is it required or not required? Not required. Optional है. So load driver. Class.forName say it is completely optional. So you don't have to. Which is the first mandatory step? Get the connection. So when you say get connection, which is the source? You say, guys, I'm going to write in short form because सब कुछ लिखा है, formal notes दिए है. Driver manager dot get connection. And what are the 3 arguments? Open connection nahi Shubham. You're wrong. Get connection. Driver manager dot get connection. Maybe you meant it as a step. Maybe I did not understand. Driver manager dot get connection. What are the 3 arguments when we pass? We pass here.
URL.
First one is URL. Next is
username.
Other one is
Password.
Right. So when you say URL is not a networking URL www wala. It is the JDBC URL. So what is the first thing in that? JDBC main protocol. Sub protocol is the vendor, and उसके बाद आता है subname. Subname का मतलब है, okay, you tell me, इसके लिए क्या है? MySQL के लिए क्या है? This is your protocol. This is your sub protocol, and subname में क्या आएगा? Localhost. I mean host : port. Localhost तो अभी है. So let's keep it generic. So // host : port, because later you will deploy it on MariaDB or AWS or remote DB. Host : port / database name. This is the format. Everyone clear so far? Okay. Now, so you got the connection. What's the next step? I'll give you a requirement, okay? Suppose we want to objective, because without objective क्या करोगे आप, कुछ नहीं कर सकते. What is it we want? What is that? I want to update the password. Okay, so this was your yesterday's question. So you tell me, when I say update the password, change the password, what are the inputs you're going to take from client? Existing email, old password, and the new password. Yes or no? Okay, so start. Now I have got you, you have got the connection. Connection say you can create different type of statements. You have seen 2 out of 3. Which 2 statements you have seen so far? Which 2 different type of statements you have seen so far? Statement. No. Somebody saying EU and EQ. Guys, that is an execution method. Statement and a prepared statement. So statement is always, 1 second. I'll just open the Java docs. So 1 second. I've downloaded it, it was getting extracted. So anyway, so here the super interface statement. Okay, so here java.sql.statement is the main interface, and the sub interface is prepared statement, and usi ke niche hai callable statement. All good? So this is the hierarchy. So now you tell me, what is the use case? So next step is create either a statement or a prepared statement. So now tell me, when will you go for when to use statement and when to use prepared statement? Statement का use case बताना. When to use the statement कब use करोगे? For static queries or dynamic queries? For the static queries, very right. Static means no in parameters, because important statement is, if you have a dynamic query with the in parameters and you use statement, it is prone to SQL injection attack. That's my first topic of today. Okay, so karna hi nahi hai. We don't want any malicious users or attackers to spoil our data or to leak our data or to see our confidential data. So static hai, no in parameters hai, and non-repetitive. So if it is a one-time query you just want to execute and wo bhi static hai, then only go for statement API. So when to go for prepared statement, guys? Opposite of it. Tell me, when will you go for prepared statement? You know this, static or dynamic? Dynamic. Dynamic means with the in parameters. And if it is a repetitive query. Correct. So if you want to execute, for example, we are going to start with web applications soon. So at that point, we want to, what is it called? Login, sign in, sign out, sign up and all, or change password, CRUD operations. So many users will be doing it all the time. So that becomes repetitive in nature. So better use PST. What is PST representing? Pre-parsed and pre-compiled. उसका मतलब क्या है? When you say cn.prepare statement, right? At that time itself you pass a query. So query is passed into tokens, small tokens, and it is compiled and it is stored in the pre-parsed, pre-compiled manner. So at the time of execution, all you have to do is set in parameters and execute the query. Okay, so this first was optionally load the driver, get the database connection, either create a statement or a prepared statement. But you tell me, which one we use more regularly? ST or prepared PST? Of course, PST. So उसी का करेंगे. So guys, if I want to update the password, you tell me, is it a static query or is it a dynamic query? It is a dynamic query. So let us follow the track of your prepared statement. Okay. So next step. So your prepared statement is created. Uske aage kya karoge? What is the next step you will do? I want to change the password. What is the next step, please? You have to not execute update Pallavi. First, you have to set in parameters. Correct? So set in parameters. So what are how many parameters? उससे पहले करते हैं. What is the query, guys? Everyone knows the query. Yes, please. Update. उसके बाद आएगा users. Set. क्या था? Password. I'm just solving your yesterday's assignment. Set password equal to this, where email equal to this, and old password is equal to this. So how many in parameters are we talking about? We are having 3 in parameters. So you will have to set in parameters. So what is the position? How do you count the parameter position? Left to right, yeah, right to left, of course. Left to right. So this becomes new password becomes the first parameter position. Email, existing email, existing password. So you'll have to use set and the type. But what is the type of password email field? Varchar. Varchar का replace कैसे होगा? String से होगा. Very good, guys. So you'll have set string and you'll have to say 1 comma new password, and you know the rest. I can this. I don't want to waste too much time. Already 27 minutes are done. So what will be that? Set string 1 comma new password, 2 comma email, and 3 comma set string 3 comma old password. Is everyone 100% clear? Okay, fine. Now, हो गया. So my prepared statement is ready. My setting in parameters is done. So are we ready now to execute the query? Query execution के लिए ready हो या नहीं ready हो? We are ready. So now tell me, पहले revise, पहले just hear my question. What are the different execution methods your JDBC supports? Tell me that first. This is how we do the quick revision, quick responses के साथ साथ. One is execute query. Oh, sorry. I wrote it in this. So one is execute query, or you have execute update, or you have a simple execute. Yes. So now you tell me when to use which one. Very right, guys. Very good. Good going. So when to use that, you tell me. There is a use case for everyone. So yes, if it is a DQL, if it is a select query, use execute query. If it is a DDL or DML, use execute update. Static वगैरह नहीं रोहिणी, you are wrong. If it is a select query, use execute query. If it is a DDL or DML, insert, update, delete or create table वगैरह वाला, then use execute update. And execute अभी दिखाया नहीं है. Today I'll sometimes start with that. If you want to execute a stored procedure or stored function, you will use this. Okay, so that is yet upcoming. Now, so here in this case, what is it we'll choose? This is your update query. So DML है ना? So here we will use execute update. So I'll write the left hand side int update count. What it tells you is how many rows are affected. Can anyone tell me the RHS? Suppose our PST is already there. PST1, yeah, whatever. PST dot. What is the RHS you'll write? Execute update. So my question is here, are we going to pass the SQL or not pass the SQL? यहाँ पे query जाएगी या नहीं जाएगी? No. Why? Because you're absolutely right. Why? Because guys, prepare statement is already holding the query. Yes or no? But instead of this, if you use the statement, यहाँ पे at the time of execution, you'll have to pass the query. बस इतना ही तो है. Okay, so that is your update count, and then you can check the update count whether it is you're just updating one record, and at the end of it, close all the resources. Close means clean up database resources. So in which order you will clean up? You will first PST जो भी कुछ है वो close करोगे, and then you will close the connection. These are the overall steps. Is everyone able to visualize it? Is everyone understanding it completely? Okay. So this is all, guys. This is all is there in JDBC. और कुछ है ही नहीं. So, but my now point is, if you, I can always write all these steps in one single class. So is it a desirable or undesirable? D या UD? Completely undesirable. I'll tell you why. Without example, करना ही नहीं है कुछ भी. Because whenever you are answering in interviews and all, before interviewer asks you what is your point, always explain your point with example. It's a common sense. So I'll share today these case studies. So couple of case studies are there. We'll start with the simplest. Generally, I start with a very simple case study. So this is what we are going to solve when we start with a web application, online voting. So here, I'm just justifying. Guys, I'm telling you why I'm insisting on layers. Why we are going to use the layers? Because complexity of the application is going to grow. So have a quick look. वही solve करेंगे. Some part I'll do, some part you will do. So you have a login form. You have a login or registration also. इसीलिए तो voting registration कल किया था. Voters registration. Then you will have a web page. Forget about what is servlet and all. That is yet upcoming. So there is a, जैसे आप लिखते थे, React frontend, and you used to make a REST API calls to Express.js का server module. Exactly like this. I mean, there is no React frontend here, but there is a browser. So there will be a dynamic web component on the server side, equivalent to your Express.js का server module. So here we'll do the validation. We'll see the validation. अगर email password गलत है, of course we'll stop the flow. We'll give a retry link and take the client back. We'll redirect the client back to the login form. Story over. But if it is a correct login, then we will check the role. Which are the two roles? Do you remember in the users table? एक है voter role, एक है admin role. तो admin role हो तो election का results देख सकते हो. I mean, whatever, partial results वगैरह. So here we'll have some analysis. Analysis यानी simple. Party-wise analysis and all. Maximum votes किसको मिले हैं, limit clause वगैरह. And if it is a voter, should the voter be allowed to vote multiple times or only single time? Single time, of course. So if the voter voting status check करेंगे, याद है user में voting status डाला है. So if the user is already voted, we should not allow him this. So we'll directly redirect him to a logout page. And उसको message दे दोगे, you have already voted. But if the voter is coming to your website for the first time, we will show him the candidate list. And then he will cast a vote, he or she will cast a vote. And उसके बाद, we will increment the votes, candidates के vote increment करोगे, voting status update करोगे, and then we will log out. So tell me guys, is the basic flow clear to all? It's a very simple, standard, straightforward case study. Of course, I've got flight reservation, I've got banking, I've got shopping, whatever. So now the point being, my point. So there are so many DAO requirements you are going to need. ये तो authentication था, sign in. This is sign up. But then you have to go for candidates. You have to show the candidate list. You have to update the voting status. You have to increment the votes, etc. So tell me, honestly, if you start doing the royal mix-up, that is request processing, response generation, navigation, business logic, data access logic, एक ही class में लिखा, is it a good pattern or is it an anti-pattern? Bad pattern, anti-pattern is bad pattern, bad design practice. This is otherwise a good this. Of course, it is horrible. Guys, you will be staying all awake all night and still you won't be able to figure out the mistake. So, for the clear-cut separation of concerns, enter the layered application. Am I clear completely? Why layers, guys? So why layers is clear-cut separation of concerns. And the second reason is once you create the layers, they are extremely reusable. You will see, जो भी कल किया था ना user DAO वगैरह, we are going to copy paste, we are going to reuse those POJOs and the utils and the DAO layer in our web application as it is. So that is the advantage. So right now I have not taken you to the web programming yet. We are still in a standalone main-based application. So start telling me the layers in a bottoms-up manner. Bottoms-up manner में discuss करते हैं. Okay, we'll discuss it in a bottoms-up manner. In a okay, so I will start with the first one. We are talking about the database. Database has table. Table has rows and columns. This is my contribution over. Now you tell me what is it, how you are going to represent the database data, database tables in our Java world. Yes, I want 3 answers. Table किससे represent करोगे? Columns किससे represent करोगे? And rows किससे represent करोगे? Table will be represented by a class. Very right? Columns will be nothing but the props. Java Pojo properties, and the rows will be nothing but the instances. Okay, very right. But now this class, is there anything special about it? As in, do you have to extend from a particular superclass? No. Very right, guys. Do you have to implement a particular logic or implement a particular interface? Absolutely not. So it is your good old vanilla flavored. बोलते हैं ना vanilla ice cream, इसको flavor ही नहीं है. तो plain old Java object. So it is called as, it is named as Pojo. So Pojo बोलो उसको, या because it is a representing database entity बोलो, or in model view MVC architecture where you say model, one and the same. Columns are properties, rows are instances. So which is the bottoms of this database? उसके ऊपर आएगा second lower what is it called आएगा the Pojo layer. Everyone good so far? Everyone understanding the layers in a bottoms up manner? Okay. Next one. Now, guys, I'm not counting the JDBC driver. JDBC driver तो है ही. So here you require the most important classes. I don't want to mix up data access logic with some other layer. So enter DAO layer. Some people call it as DAL also. So data access layer bolo or repository bolo. It is one and the same. So now tell me, what will this contain? Will it contain UI, business logic, request processing, response generation, or pure data access logic? What it will contain? Of course, it is going to contain only the data access logic. Okay, so pure data access logic hoga usme. So there is a way you develop it. Guys, today I'm showing you JDBC based down there. In a week's time, we'll replace it by Hibernate. उसके बाद final project technology तो Spring Data ही use करोगे. But like I explained yesterday, we can't climb there directly. तो यहाँ पे एक interface लिखेंगे to declare the methods, CRUD methods, and then we write the implementation class. Yes or no? Okay, so when you say implementation class, there you declare the fields. Fields आएंगे उसमें आएगा एक default constructor. Oh, share screen नहीं हुआ है. I thought the screen is not shared. Prajakta is saying screen is not shared. It is shared.
Sure.
Yeah. Prajakta, this thing, refresh it or revise. Because all this while, otherwise I was assuming that you are looking at it. I'm getting an indication. Prajakta, you just refresh or re-log in or whatever. Okay. So default constructor है, उसमें एक cleanup method लिखते हो, and most importantly we write the CRUD method implementation. Okay, so you tell me now. Suppose I'm solving. क्या कर रहे हैं solving? Okay, so we are solving. Let's say voter registration. Something. I'm just picking up something. So what are the typical fields? Now I'm not going to write. Already it is more than 40 minutes in revision. What are the data members we add? Typical data members answer karna. What are the fields we add in this? ID. No, Prashant, you're not understanding. DAO की बात कर रही हूँ. DAO layer we are in. What are the data members of the DAO layer? नहीं समझ रहे?
Mail address, password.
Here, completely wrong. Here we are in the DAO layer. Email, password and all कहाँ रखते हो? पोजो में रखते हो. यहाँ पे fields आएंगे. The statements or statement or PSTs and the connection. Okay. So here we get the connection from the DB utils. So DAO is the dependent and DB utils it is dependency to get the database connection. DB utils में क्या क्या method लिखे थे? Open connection, close connection and get connection. So here we have this. Default constructor में क्या करते हो? First is get the connection from the DB utils and then create statements. Statement or the PSTs. Yes or no? Has everyone tried this? Okay. Next one. Clean up to easy hai. Close all the resources. In which order will close? पहले close करेंगे statements, prepared statements, and last में close करेंगे your this thing. What is it called? Connection. Next one. Here, this is specific. So depending on the requirement, you will set the in parameters, and you will what you will do is you will either say execute query if it is a select one, or you will say execute update, or you will say execute. This is all about the layers. So guys, if you are thinking that okay, I've still not got the feel of DAO layer, don't worry. पूरा week JDBC ही use होगा, and next 2 weeks onwards we will use Hibernate and the JPA and the Spring Data JP. Has everyone understood the complete revision? Guys, every day I won't be able to do this. First day था, so I thought maybe थोड़ा elaborately करते हैं. ठीक है? Let us get started with today's topics. And another thing is, you can always write down some, if any question and all. And I'm there for at least an hour in the combined lab session also. You can share your screen and you can ask me question, or that's why we have a WhatsApp group. You can always give me a private message, direct message kar sakte ho, and you can ask your queries anytime. So let us get you started on day 2. So this was your revision. It took a little longer than expected, but no worries. Second day chalega, 20th day or 18th day nahi chalega. So let us get you into SQL injection attack. So pehle, what is it? And then how to prevent it. Prevention is more than easy. So I'll just show you properly. So here. So before we start with what is the protection, you have to understand what it is. So guys, there is a non-profit organization, NGO hai, OWASP. Stands for Open Web Application Security Project. And it is mainly in the business to identify the vulnerabilities in the cybersecurity attacks. Okay. So they always publish, every year they publish top 10 security attacks, which is the worst, which is really dangerous, which makes your code extremely vulnerable. So SQL injection is one of the top 10 attacks. So you can see the gravity of it. So here, what is a SQL injection attack? It is typically a vulnerability which allows the hacker or attacker to modify, to interfere with the queries that application will send to the database. But this SQL injection attack Can it come when you are on one single machine, or will it be possible when you are using client server architecture? Standalone or client server? Of course, standalone में नहीं आ सकता, client server में. So you know, the next topic we are going to start is a web programming later. So when the client sends a HTTP request, it's not going directly to your server. There are so many, anyone can intercept it and modify the contents. So how it works? If a web application, that is your server-side application, is correctly handled nahi kar raha hai, so a hacker can inject the malicious SQL code in the query. And what could be the side effect of it? The attacker can view your confidential data without even, it can bypass the authentication. It can modify, once it gets the access to your database data, it can modify funds transfer उसके खुद के account में कर सकता है, delete data कर सकता है, it can send the execution to, queries to be executed. So without example, समझेगा नहीं, so let me show you the example. So I'll just show you something ready-made. उससे पहले, what I'll do is, guys, I'm maintaining two workspaces. One for code, one for theory. So, but theory में थोड़ा किया था ज़्यादा, so I'm going to import day1 lab into theory this and I'll rename it. तो आपकी revision भी हो जाएगी. Fine. Of course, you know all this. Import general section से existing project. Next it. So when I say all these things, थोड़ा attentive रहना. Yesterday I had shown how to add that MySQL connector, but still some of you are making mistakes. थोड़ा focus चाहिए guys. Browse. I'm going to my lab workspace, day1 lab, select folder. And here there is a copy checkbox, which will directly copy that project under my workspace. And I'm saying finish. And since I want to call it as a day2, right click on it, refactor, rename, and let's start it as a day 2.1. Are the steps completely clear? I just imported lab project into theory for the continuation or kuch kiya hi. And let me show you something. First, I will show you the attack and then I'll show you the solution. Solution, like, it's more than easy. You can look into the code. This I have not written in the layered manner because point is to understand the attack first. You can look at it. You got a scanner. I'm asking the user to enter the ID. I read this ID here. Opening the connection, getting the connection. All good so far? All clear so far? Okay. Then am I creating a statement or a prepared statement? Here I'm creating our good old statement. So the point was, this statement, when you use with the in parameters, is completely vulnerable to your SQL injection attack. So dikhati hu. So here, what is it? We have got a select query. I want to see this. I want to say select stars from users where ID is equal to. Important question, focus. Am I passing the ID as a in parameter as a data, or am I passing the query directly in the, am I passing the input ID separately as an in parameter? Option 1. Option 2, it is getting passed along with the query itself. Option 2. It is the option 2, right? You can see it easily. And this is getting modified in the query itself. Okay, so theek hai. So let's start from users where ID is equal to, I'm appending the ID. Okay, great. User details I want to print. ID is unique. So ideally, what should I have used? While use karna chahiye ya if use karna chahiye tha? If it is a single record, what I should have used? If. But there is a point in, everything has a point, guys. So I'm just saying while. तो एक ही बार लूप एग्जीक्यूट होगा. एंड व्हाट आई एम प्रिंटिंग, कल ही का कोड है, आई एम प्रिंटिंग द यूजर डिटेल्स एंड देन क्लोजिंग द स्टेटमेंट, क्लोजिंग द कनेक्शन. So tell me, is at least the code clear? Everyone code is clear? Now let's run it and let's check it. So here, I'm just running it. I'm a genuine user. I'm not a hacker. I'm not wearing the hacker's hat or attacker's hat or whatever. So I know my own user ID. One key. So you can see this connection open and I'm looking at my own details. So is this a normal way or is this an attack? It's a normal. I can do this. And suppose I say I mean I don't know the ID, guys. This is I just randomly typed it, and here there is no data coming up. All good so far. There's no vulnerability, there is nothing good. There's nothing wrong there. Okay. Now attacker, hacker comes in between. Guys, imagine, थोड़ा visualize करो because client server programming अभी तक start नहीं किया है. So you are taking a form data. Client has submitted the form. And along with the query, we are appending the ID. Okay? So now, suppose I'm an attacker. I don't know. I have zero clue what are the IDs because I'm a hacker. I have no clue. I'm saying here or one. Anyone wants to tell me what is when I write this? What will be added in the query? Select star from users where ID is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 1. So this or 1 condition, will it evaluate to true all the time or will it evaluate to false? True or false? Of course, always true. And see the disaster. What is that disaster, guys? Attacker is able to access complete data. So it is completely bypassing our authentication and he or she, the attacker, has the access to complete data. This is nothing but your SQL injection attack. Clear or unclear? And I hope you understood the problem. Problem is, guys, we are not sending the in parameters separately. So it gets concatenated to the query itself. And that is where the problem lies. So you tell me. If at all you have a dynamic queries with the in parameters, should we use this approach, statement, and append the data to it or something else? Something else. So what is that something else? What is that something, guys? When I say something else, I expect the answer from you. Yes, Mansi got it. Everyone else got it. Prepared statement use karna hai. That is why I said, anytime you have dynamic queries, statement se kar sakte ho, but it is so much prone to an attack. So I've rewritten the whole code using the prepared statement. Dekh sakte ho, same to same hai. Only thing is, statement ki jagah kya use kiya? Prepared statement. So now, guys, everyone knows it. You have been using it since yesterday. Is my query itself containing the data or are we setting the data separately? Separately जा रहा है या query के साथ साथ जा रहा है? Separately जा रहा है. And when you say, what is it called? Set in or set type, they white label. White label means थोड़ा sanitize करते हैं, थोड़ा check करते हैं. So let me run this. So आपको पता है, genuine user has no issues. So I know the ID, I do this. I don't know the ID. I don't know the ID. I don't get anything. That's fine. But if I'm an attacker, for example, okay. So here, now we are validating it. We are not affecting our data is not affecting the query at all. Query to already sitting in a pre-pass, pre-compiled manner. So can attacker modify the query at the time of sending the data? Absolutely not. That is your statement versus prepared statement for you. Understanding me? So definitely at the time of exam preparation or interview times, you definitely vertically go through this README. So I've given how it can happen in the real world and all that. So code is vulnerable. I've taken a username and password. यहाँ पे you add. So what is the defense? Defense against SQL injection attack is more than easy. Simply use prepared statement instead of a statement. So what it does is it sends a pre-compiled SQL query statement to the database rather than a string. So what it means is there is a clear-cut separation. Query के साथ साथ data जा ही नहीं रहा है. So no hacker, no attacker can modify the query because query is already gone in a pre-pass, pre-compiled manner. That is all about your SQL injection attack and its prevention. Are we understanding it? Are we good about it? Okay. So definitely go through the code, read 2.1 and read the README parallel. Let's move on to the next one. Now, this is the next point I want to cover. We have covered statement. We have covered prepared statement, but we have not yet covered the third one, callable statement. So first I'll explain through the summary diagram and then I'll tell you step by step what are the steps involved. Okay. So let me go to day one help. In day one help, JDBC help, there is a JDBC overview diagram. I keep repeating the steps 20 times almost, guys. So by 20th time, everyone should get it now. So here, first option, compulsory step is getting the connection. So for all practical purposes, connection is the starting point. So if you have, just now explain kiya tha, if you have static, so there's no fear of a SQL injection and non-repetitive queries, you go peacefully for statement. But anytime you have dynamic queries, we don't want to introduce a SQL injection attack. We want pre-compiled queries sent to the database separately and separately in parameters. We go for a prepared statement. But what if you want to execute a stored procedure or a stored function? None of these have the support. So for that, you have a callable statement API. Is there any relationship between statement, prepared statement, and a callable statement? Is there any inheritance between the three? Answer is yes. Which is the super interface, guys? Statement. Extended by which subinterface? PST. And extended by which subinterface which you are going to learn today is CST, callable statement. Okay, so let us identify the steps. I'll show you from the Java docs once, and then of course, I'll show you my write-up. So what is the starting point of everything is connection. Java.sql.connection. Connection interface में there is a method called as prepare call. So connection तो किया ही था कल. So now I'm having prepare call. And here they say you pass a SQL. There's very good description exists. Please get it into your practice of reading the Java docs. Get addicted to Java docs. So what it does is creates a callable statement for calling stored procedures. So fine. Now click on this and you can see which are the super interfaces. Statement extended by PST, extended by CST. Now read little bit. Stored procedure execute karna hai. Now you have certain escape sequence. We'll see that. So it tells you everything what I've given in the notes is taken from here. So when you pass that SQL to create a callable statement, these are the two syntaxes. So anyone can recognize which one to use for stored function and which one to use for stored procedure. First one to use for which one, second one to use for which one. Answer that. You've done databases, you've done stored procedure and functions. You should be able to answer.
Stored procedures for DML operations and for computed output store
No, no,
function.
no. Off track. Whoever is saying, who is saying I did not notice this. This is your array function and the stored procedures की बात कर रही हूँ. There is no DML coming into this. What DML you are talking about? I did not understand you. Which one is for stored procedure and which one is for stored function? So first tell me, what is the difference between a function and a procedure? Function returns a value, isn't it? So this one is for execution of the stored function, and this one is for the execution of the stored procedure. Yes or no? Are we understanding? Somebody said wrongly. I didn't notice who it was, but like correct your thinking. So when you are executing the stored function, the first one restores what? The results. And the result parameter has to be registered as. What is that registration? I'll tell you in a minute. Out parameter. And then you can have optionally so many in parameters. I mean, so many in parameters, so many out parameters, so many in out parameters. So first one for function, second one for the procedure. Okay. So first step क्या था? Get the connection. Second step क्या है? Second step is create a callable statement. अगर function call करना है तो ये syntax use करो. Procedure call करनी है तो ये syntax use करो. Are we clear? Okay. Next one. So now when you see this, they give you everything. So there is a escape sequence in form of a curly braces. So here, these escape sequences are meant for JDBC drivers. To tell JDBC driver to convert this function call or procedure call to database specific manner. Without curly braces, it may not work. So callable statement ban gaya. It is pre-pass, pre-compile already. Now the second step is register. If you have a out parameter, you have a step of registering the out parameter. So this is what it is. I'm going to show you from the steps also. And the third revision hoga when I write the code with you. So register out parameter ka matlab kya hai? If there are any out parameters. First question. Does everyone understand out parameters? Out parameters में क्या करते हो? Do you pass the argument or do you store the result? A या R? You store the results. Absolutely. So JVM doesn't know anything about your procedure, guys. So you have to tell the JVM, this is the out parameter position started from 0 onwards or 1 onwards. Counted from 1 onwards. And what is the data type? What is the SQL type? SQL type यानी what is the JDBC type? तो उसके लिए they have given the java.sql.types class. दिखाती हूँ. So when you say java.sql.types, this is a class, and this class has all the constants which represent JDBC types. So if you see, there is an array, there is a big int, there is a boolean. The one you'll require is double and all that. Double, float, all the things. So these are your public static final constants already defined in SQL, already defined in the types class. So it becomes very easy. You're not supposed to remember anything. You just use the constant here. If it is not clear, give me a minute. I'm just explaining it from the API. So if you have an out parameter, you'll have to register it first. Next one is, if you have an in parameter, you know already, guys, which is the method you have. Set string hai, set double it is there, set boolean it is. So you'll be setting the in parameters. So understand. First, we'll create a callable statement. Then we will register its out parameters. Then whenever user gives you the input, we will set the in parameters. And now finally, we want to execute. So execution के लिए, there are 3 options. Execute query, execute update, or only execute. Which one do you think we will use? Which one to use is the execute. Okay. So once you execute it, your stored procedure gets executed at the database level, and then the out parameters made results will come back. So once you get the results once the query execution is done, in the callable statement, there are methods to read the results, getter methods, get date, get double, get boolean, and then you can close all the statements and the callable statements and prepared statements and connection, and that will be it. So, of course, this kind of verbal things will not work, will not help you. So, see step-by-step approach. So, what are the steps? What are the development steps for creating for what is it? For executing the stored procedure. What is the first step? You have it in front of you. From the connection, create the callable statement. Yes or no? So I have given the API. I'll be writing the API along with the code. तो कौन सी मेथड आपने देखी? Connection interface method है prepare call. What goes in is SQL. अगर procedure call करनी है, there is no return value. Call a procedure name, and whatever are the in or out parameters, you will represent it with a question mark. What is the difference between a procedure and a function? Function returns a value. So you have question mark, which is a out parameter result, and you call the function. Understanding the JDBC syntax? To call the procedure or a function? Okay, I'm going to write it in front of you. And this has to be wrapped in the escape sequence. So JDBC driver correctly translate karega. Next one. For if it is an out parameter or if it is a part of an in-out parameter, आपको क्या करना पड़ता है पहले? You have to register them with a JVM. तो register out parameter का मतलब क्या है? JVM doesn't have a clue about your procedure. So you will have to tell what is the generic type, and nobody is expected to remember the values. We will simply use the types class constant. So what is the method for that? Method name is register out parameter, parameter position, parameter index, 1 onwards, and this is your generic SQL type. If it is having some in parameters, you'll have to set the in parameters. So for that, you already learned that method from the prepared statement. Set type, parameter position, and the parameter value. So see guys, you have created the callable statement. We registered the out parameter. We set the in parameter. So now we are ready for execution. So finally, we will execute the procedure or a function. Which method use karoge aap? Execute. There is a return value here, return type here, but return type is not used. So ignore the return value here. And finally, we are doing it for getting the results. So results are stored in which type of parameter? Out parameter. So how to read the results from the out parameter? It is the method of a callable statement. कल जैसे दिखाया था set type, वैसे ही method है get type. So what goes on? Parameter position, parameter index, question mark position, and what it will return is the result. And then finally, you close everything. This is the next topic. You close everything and you do the job. Are the overall steps clear? Okay. So unless until you write it yourself or we write it ourselves, clear nahi hoga. So let us get you started. So in yesterday's, anyone who wants to parallelly code along with me can do that. But if you want to focus on concept, that is also fine. So here, yesterday's help you have already downloaded. So JDBC help me. There's a SQL folder and there is a SQL commands. So here, there is a stored procedure and a function. Comes something like update. I forgot the name. Yeah, update account. So I'll just show you. Name transfer, I wish. give me this. Yeah, I found it. So guys, everyone knows the procedure syntax. So start reading it. What is happening here? Changing the delimiter. I'm going to use the procedure. I'm going to add this procedure to the database and continue thereafter. What is it I'm creating here? Procedure या function? P या F? Obvious question, guys. It's a function. Akash, read the words at least. It's a procedure. What is the name of the procedure? Transfer funds. You take a look at it and tell me how many in parameters and how many out parameters. Yes. So, guys, I want to transfer my money from one source account to another account. तो क्या लगेगा? Actually, source account number, destination account number, and the transfer amount. Those are the 3 in parameters. And you can see what is it I'm storing here. After the transfer, source balance will update. And this is your updated destination balance. Those results I'm storing it in a out parameter. Read the procedure. Guys, I've kept the procedure more than easy. कुछ complex है ही नहीं. There are no checks and all, so that you can add later. What is happening in these two? First line में क्या किया? What is happening in the first line? Withdrawing from source and depositing in the destination. समझे? Both the update queries? Guys, it's more than simple. Withdraw and deposit. Perfect. What is it? I'm storing it into SBAL, updated source balance. What is it I'm storing in the DBAL as the destination balance? Updated destination balance. So my procedure is now over, changing the delimiter to semicolon again. Is the procedure clear? Okay, और उसके लिए तो account table लगेगा. I must be having it here. Okay, so I'll just quickly copy. ये सब दिया है आपके पास. So I'm copying this in our database. Opening the MySQL database. Pasting it. So let me say, select start from account sites. Account CNA. Yes. So guys, the whole idea is to execute the stored procedure. So I'm not really invested time in that. So you got account number 1, account ID 1 and 2, and we need to transfer funds from 1 to 2 or 2 to 1. And we have already added this. There are no errors. There are nothing. So this is the prerequisite. So we are adding a stored procedure and it is existing in the database. So now we'll start with the Java steps. Is everyone clear so far? What is it I've done is clear? Okay. Now let's start with our Java code. So which is the table? The table is accounts. So hear me carefully. For this assignment, for this objective, actually I don't need a portion. But to give you the more and more practice, we'll follow the same steps. So thoda by the time evening. You remember timetable, guys? Whatever I said yesterday should be clear by tonight or today evening. वो वाला timetable. So just to give you more and more practice, first let us create an account portion. So let's go to your ID. Day 2.1. Pujo's package hai hi. So I'm creating a class. Since it is representing a bank account, this is your bank account Pujo. Follow the suggestions because all these suggestions are to make your life easier. So this is the suggestion. Get the column here. So writing it becomes easy. Start dictating. I will start writing. So here. Actually, in offline this, people can actually respond, but you can also respond in the chat. No worries. So I have ID child int now. Yes. So I'll say private int. Somebody was asking me, guys, So do I have to manage? Do I have to match the column name with the property names? Should they be same or can they be different? ऐसे कुछ नहीं. They can be different. Okay. Because I see database में आप database style रखोगे. And in Java, you have to give a Java style name. So for example, I'll say account. Next one, थोड़ा fast करेंगे. Private string. Customer name. This is your customer account. So customer name. बाद में तो enum कर दोगे. Currently, I'm keeping it as a account type and the balance. All good so far? I'm just mapping. So guys, this is nothing but your ORM. What is ORM? Object Relational Mapping. You have a table. Table के लिए Pojo class बनाया. You have columns. These are the properties. And suppose I say exactly Salteja. So here, what is it we are saying is, if you have suppose 10 bank accounts, there you should visualize 10 Pojos. इतना. So उसके बाद थोड़ा fast करते हैं. I mean, it will generate. I'm just generating the argumentless constructor and all getters and setters and a toString. All these technically are not required for this, but I'm keeping the same steps. So थोड़ा comfortable लगेगा. So tell me, is the Pojo creation completely clear for everyone? Good. Because the next step is yours. Guys, I hope you realize I'm continuing from yesterday's project because to show you the reusability, I don't have to now work with debutals. Debutals is the same. When you import my project, there are two changes you'll have to make. One is in the code, password. And what is the second change आपको करना पड़ा कल? RL का नहीं समझा मुझे शुभम. Database नहीं. Okay. Database नहीं. Query नहीं. अरे, you're off track. When you import my project, only two changes. अरे, database name same रखो ना advanced Java. How does it matter? Password and the path of a folder. Yes. तो build path में how can my path work with yours guys? इतना ही change करना है. Okay. Now let's come to the step. Pojo के ऊपर layer है. Who's going to manage the Pojo's entities? Your data access layer. So here I'm adding. कल user DAO पे काम कर रहे थे. Today we'll work on bank account DAO. So this is where I'll give you a minute's thinking time. Here, add a method for the funds transfer. Because that gap, which I keep talking about, because I've handled a lot of beginner training, I know exactly how it feels. समझता है, but code नहीं कर पाते. So here is the time you should pitch in. You should participate. So what I want is stored procedure पहले से है ही, but वो DAO से call करनी पड़ेगी ना. तो DAO की method. Just give me a method declaration. I'm waiting here for a minute. You identify. Short form में लिखा तो भी चलेगा. Most of the time I understand short forms. Anytime my question is not clear, type here. Your question is unclear. Please repeat. I can repeat. Don't just keep sitting feeling lost. I've written here what I want from you. Method declaration चाहिए सिर्फ आपसे. Isha, itana, okay. Here, you are supposed to write, Isha, a method declaration for transferring the funds from one account to another account. इसका method declaration लिखना है आपको. Okay. Please, it should not take so much time. When you say this, okay, string funds transfer from account to account amount. Very good. Very right. So here, string लिख सकते हो, boolean लिख सकते हो. So somebody suggested string, so I'm continuing with this. Transfer funds. Okay. And transfer funds, what are the things? Int source account number, int destination account number, and double amount. This is what gives you the clarity. This is what you should be able to write without any hesitation and all that. And यहाँ पे I don't want to handle the exceptions, so throws the that's why the throws class. So this is your method declaration. Is everyone clear? Oh, sorry. Look at this. I was wondering why my bad days. I messed up. I mean, I did not look at it what I'm creating. My bad. Sorry. So here, this is your interface. Got it? Now, so interface alone is not sufficient. So what is the next step we'll have to do, guys? Yes, Srinivas, I realized it. Implementation class. Perfect. So now let's create in the same DAO package the implementation class. So here it is. What is the pattern? Whatever is the name, usko sirf IMPL add kar do. Bank, account, TAO, IMPL. And which is the interface it was going to implement? User DAO implement karega ya bank account DAO? Of course, bank account DAO. Is the second step clear? Okay. Now, giving you a minute here. Again, this is how we revise. This is how 100 times you're going to get a revision. Don't worry about that. So you have to identify the state. Right? What is the fields? Quickly. Thoda quick karna hai. Right? What is the starting point? Kya lagega aapko? Database connection to lagega hi. Connection CL. I just said Control Shift O. और क्या लगेगा आपको?
Prepared statement, ma'am.
Prepared statement? Seriously? Callable statement.
Callable, ma'am.
So here, callable statement. So let's say CST1. The pattern always of my training has been, I do something in the theory and I expect something similar to be done from you on your own. So stored procedure दिखा रही हूँ यहाँ पे. Stored function execution is going to be today's lab exercise. That we correct. Okay? So now this is it. Let us start with a default constructor. So default constructor, this is to give you more and more revision of a DAO layer. So let me create a generate bag. Let us say, and here, पहले क्या करना पड़ेगा? Get the, open connection, open and get the connection, and create callable statement and register out parameters if any. So I've already written it. Now we'll just have to implement it. So you tell me, open connection and get connection, static methods hai. So one standard way kya hai? Call it as a class name dot method name dbutils.open connection. But is there any shortcut there?
Import static.
Yes, import static is the shortcut. So let's do that. Import static, fully qualified name. किसकी static methods call करनी है? com.cdac.utils control speed. dbutils, and I'll say star. Okay, extremely very, very similar things I'm doing. And here, that's it. So now what we will do is, so this is done. And here, open connection. And then I'll say get connection. Of course, there's a unhandled checked exception. So adding it there. And here we have a variable cn get connection. So this is 100% same as yesterday. Are you with me? Are we understanding? Okay. Now this is a new one. So of course, we will write the API here. How to create a callable statement to execute a stored procedure. Guys, not I, everyone should be used to writing elaborate comments. Without comment, don't submit your code ever. So here it is. So we are creating a callable statement. So it is a interface connection, interface key method है. And what is that method all about? It returns to the callable statement. And the method name is prepare call. And यहाँ पे जाता है आपका syntax, SQL syntax to either call a procedure or call a जो भी कॉल करना है, फंक्शन हो तो फंक्शन है, प्रोसीजर है तो प्रोसीजर है, and throws SQL exception is there. So now here I have already explained the SQL syntax. So I'm going to give you a minute here. There's nothing memory based, guys. So here this will be within the escape sequence, pair of curly braces. Now here you come in. Anyone wants to tell me what should I use? What is that sequence you have? What is that syntax? You remember that syntax? Okay. So here I'll take you and show you so that there's nothing memory based which है ही नहीं, understanding based है सब कुछ. So this is the syntax. Yes, please. You translate it. How should I start? What should I write within a pair of curly braces? Call. Very right. Call, transfer funds, and arguments. Very right, Atharva. So let us continue. So here, call is the keyword. Then comes the name of the procedure. Don't trust your spellings or the memory and all. Otherwise, you waste phenomenal amount of time there. इसलिए call and then there will be, you just count and tell me कितने question marks लिखूं. How many question marks should I add? Wrong answers. Yes. 5 is the correct answer. Guys, all these are unknowns. So all these, whether it is an in parameter, whether it is an out parameter, or भले ही in out हो, that is going to be represented by each individually by question marks. So here, 5. 3 in and 2 out. 4 हो गया, 5. So what are the first 3 in parameters for? Sorry. What are the first 3 question marks for in parameter? And what are the next 2 for out parameters? Understanding me so far? Is everyone clear? Great. Now let's use it. So ये तो आप करोगे. What should I write? What is it going to return is callable statement, which is the variable I've got CST1. तो करते हैं CST1 is equal to type the RHS. Why last 2 is out? शुभम थोड़ा देखना है ना. अभी explain किया, full procedure I explained. Be attentive, please. Here I'm storing the result, updated result. यहाँ पे लिखा है out parameter and select bal into sbal. Explicitly I'm reading the updated balance and storing it in out parameter. That is why. Understood me? Yeah, great. So now continue. Yes, please. Dictate the RHS. More you participate, more your coding practice happens here itself in the theory session. So yes, very right. Connection. Everything starts with a connection. What is the name of the call? What is the name of the method? Prepare call. And what goes in is your SQL syntax. So what happens here internally is, just like your prepare statement, callable statement is a sub-interface of PST. So it will create a pre-pass, pre-compiled statement, and that gets stored in the CST1. Understanding the step 1? Step 1 is create the callable statement from your connection. Now let's go ahead. Now, once you have idea that, okay, this is the procedure I'm going to call, you already know the data type of the out parameters. Yes or no? So what is the data type of this out parameter? Double. So what is the step? Next step immediately to be followed is register out parameters. I'll tell you something. In the earlier versions of JDBC, it was stricter. So if you don't register the out parameters, we used to get SQL exception. Now sometimes you get, sometimes you don't. Let's not do that. Let us follow the steps perfectly. Step 1, डेवलपमेंट स्टेप की बात कर रही हूँ, उसी का राइटअप आज के नोट्स में मिलेगा. सेकंड स्टेप इज register out parameters. So let us write the API. So it is a method of callable statement, CST. Okay. If you don't understand from my notes, anytime any short form, just write to me. I can always clarify. So what is that method? It's a public void. The method name itself is, register out parameter. And here you have to supply the parameter position, parameter index, and you have to supply the SQL type. And here in any JDBC calls throws SQL exception heavy. What I mean by that is, if you do something wrong, which is the exception which will be raised is SQL exception. So I have done this. You have to just translate. So how many out parameters are we having to our procedure? 2. So I'll have to call cst1.registered out parameters 2 times. Dekh lo. cst1, which is the method to call registered out parameter. Guys, it is such a beautifully written API docs. You have to read it. Registers the out parameter in the position parameter index to JDBC type. उतना ही तो करना है. तो register out parameter. Anyone wants to count and tell me the parameter position, please? It's a simple thing, guys. I'm just trying to involve you. What is the parameter position? 4 and 5. Very good, guys. The first one will be 4 and second one will be this. More you participate, interest भी रहता है, you don't feel like falling asleep, and थोड़ा समझता भी ज़्यादा है. तो parameter position 4 है. And now they have given you the java.sql.types class. So use constants to specify the JDBC types. So यहाँ पे there is a class called as types, and types class में you can see these are all the static constants. The data type is double. All constants are uppercase. So that's what it is. It's a double, right? So see this yourself once. आपके पास है types class java.sql से. And here in the types class, there are constants. Constants are all uppercase written. So this is your typical generic SQL type double. So we can just directly use it. That is what I just did. So I have registered the fourth position. I have told the JVM at the 4th position there is an out parameter certain and uska data type is double. So are we done, or is there one more registration to be done? One more to be done. Exactly copy paste. What is the parameter position this time? 4th का तो हो गया. 5th is and what is the data type? वहां पे भी balance ही था, तो types dot double. So what are the first 2 steps we have done is created the callable statement and registered their out parameter. Next question here. थोड़ा सा think and answer. Guys, we are in the constructor of the DAO. Who is going to call this constructor in our layered architecture? Layers में, who is going to call this constructor अभी? I mean, we are not into web applications yet, right? So who's going to call the DAO's constructor tester? Very right. तो tester, main class tester, all good. So tester will call this DAO's constructor once only or multiple, single time or multiple times. Absolutely right. Towards the beginning, startup phase, initialization phase, or the shutdown or the destroy phase. Beginning, yeah, ending, startup phase, very right. Okay, so now I'm coming to the point. So here, when this constructor gets called, we don't have the client yet. Client, we are not giving any menu. We are not yet talking to the client. I'll repeat the last line again. By the time your constructor is going to get called, the client has not yet come in. So in that case, my question is, should I? Okay. I'm writing the question here so that nobody can say that question is not clear. Yes, it's a Boolean question. Yes or no? Boolean answer, I mean. Should I call the set in parameters method from here? Yes or no? Come on, guys. Of course not. इसीलिए तो इतना story बनाया ना, बताया ना. Client has not yet come in. Before client comes into the picture, how can you transfer the funds? It is the client, end user, who is going to give you source account number, destination account number, and transfer the amount. So answer is absolutely no. Okay, so anyone wants to tell me, where should I call this set in parameters from? I'll give you choices. Option 1, default constructor. Option 2, cleanup. That is something like a destroy phase. Ending phase. Option 3, a CRUD method. Obvious answer, guys. Option 3. Are you understanding? The default constructor एक ही बार call होगा right in the startup phase of application. Cleanup will be called exactly once just before the application is over. Application terminates. But बार बार क्या call कर सकता है client? Servicing. This is your client servicing. So this is what is your CRUD method. उसी में client will give you the what is it called? Source account number, destination account number. तो यहाँ पे complete करें. Is everyone with me? Is everyone able to visualize? Great. So here, that's it. So I'll just put a SOP saying, okay, account now created. Guys, put some print statements. So at least you will know the flow and you will know that, okay, the basics are done. Now, remaining steps here. So by the time client comes in, client we will ask him the UI tester में call करेंगे, enter the source account number, destination account number वगैरह वगैरह. So I don't have to think in UI. So what is the next step? These steps here, that 2 steps are done. So third step will be here. Here you will say set in parameters. Anyone wants to dictate? I'll give you a minute. ये तो कल की ये भी है. Callable statement inherits the methods from the prepared statement. So you just try using it. Try it out. CST1.set type. Perfect. So let's elaborate his answers. CST1 dot. All the setter methods are there. Pause. Always. Nothing to be done without understanding. Here, guys. What is the data type of first 2 in parameters? Int. So what will be the set type replaced by set के बाद क्या आएगा? Set int आएगा. Exactly. So that's how I'm going to write. I generally, want answers from you. If it is a complex question, of course, I understand. So now it is, which positions I'm referring to? These 3 positions. These 2 last positions are already filled up by registering the out parameters. Now we are all setting the first 3 in parameters. I hope nobody is confused in numbers. You should not have a question at the end of it. Why she's taking number 4, number 5? Be clear. Last two were the out parameters. We registered them directly because I know I'm going to get the output in the form of a double. Now client is coming in and client is giving me all three in parameters. So 1 comma source account number. Now, what is the next thing we have? We are going to fill in the, yes please, destination account number. Send this 2 comma destination account number. So which two in question marks we have filled in? First two. Now check it again. What is the what is the third one? It's a transfer amount. So third one में क्या करूँ? Double add करना है. Correct. So here you have a double. So what is it we are having here is CST1 dot set double and parameter position is 3 and the value is amount. So I hope everyone is clear with the steps. पहले callable statement बनाया. Then we registered the out parameters and now we are set the in parameters. So now tell me, are we ready for the execution of a stored procedure? Very much yes. Procedure is already sitting in the database. We have done all the required stuff. So which method for execution? Execute query, execute update, or plain old execute, simple execute. So the next step here is, I always write the development steps in two places. एक daily sequence या कुछ तो notes में and one while writing. So refer to both. So now execute the stored procedure. यहाँ पे procedure का दिखा रही हूँ. I expect you to execute the function. So here, what does it do? It's a callable. It's a method. Okay, and it's public boolean throws SQL exception तो है ही. Okay, so you just have to call it. Is this return value to be ignored or to be considered? Here you have to ignore it because it doesn't tell you anything. There is another scenario where there is something like unknown result. आपको पता नहीं कि result क्या type का है, तो वहां पे ये return type consider करते हैं. Here, during the execution of a procedure and or function, ignore return type. Return type में it is not considered here. So I just have to call. What is the next statement? Next step you have CST1 dot execute. Understanding me so far? Okay. Now I want to return a message. So I'll tell you what I want and you will give me the answer. I want to tell the client, this is your updated source balance. And of course, I want to show updated destination balance. So guys, anyone wants to tell me कैसे निकालूं? What is the method for that? To understand my question, I need to inform the client that, okay, your balance has changed. So where is this updated source balance and updated destination balance? In the in parameter है या out parameter में है? Out parameter है. And what is the position of it? 4 and 5. So here, if you want to get the results from the out parameters, use the method. What is the method of the callable statement? Method of the callable statement is public. I'm writing in a generic manner. Type कुछ भी आ सकता है. Int, boolean, double, date, time, timestamp, whatever. Method is get type. तो get int हो सकता है, get double हो सकता है, and you have to pass the parameter index. Rows है SQL exception. So please use it and tell me how will I get the, just give me that updated source balance कैसे निकाल. Type out your answer. You can write in short forms as always. I want to get the value from this out parameter CST1 dot. Now, Atharva, you should not say get type. You know what the type is. Yes, that is a better one, Kushi. So here, CST1 dot get double. And what is the parameter position? 4. And then I'm just concatenating. You can use a string builder here. Agar chahiye to, I want to print the destination balance. And how do I get the destination balance days? अभी तो copy paste है. CST1 dot get double and parameter position is 4, 5. So this is your last and final step. So execute the stored procedure, and this is your 5th step of getting the result. Are we all understanding the complete execution steps? Callable statement banao. Int नहीं, double. The data type of out parameter is double. So get double किया. First is create a callable statement. Register the types of the out parameters. Whenever client comes into the picture, that is at the CRUD method level, is set the in parameters if any. Execute the stored procedure. And if there are any out parameters, to get the results from the out parameters, use the getters. Clean up karte it, and then we will test it. If CST1 is not equal to null, then only I will close, and I'll say CST1 equal to null. And वहाँ पे close connection तो है ही. And including the post class. Are we all good? Clean up तो वैसे ही था. Yesterday we were just cleaning up, closing the prepared statements. Here we are closing the callable statement. Okay. Now we'll write a 2 minutes ka tester. Guys, tester, just use it as a test case. You must have done unit testing or some testing, Selenium, whatever earlier. So this is, just think of it as a test case. Don't waste too much time here. So let me go to our tester and let's create a tester under 2 minutes. So test, store, or I'll say invoke. Stored procedure. I'm showing you stored procedure. You will give me a stored function. Procedure. Okay. So you know the steps. Scanner लगेगा या नहीं लगेगा यहाँ पे? Tell me guys. Should I create a scanner? Scanner लगेगा या नहीं लगेगा? Answer is लगेगा. क्यों?
लगेगा.
Of course लगेगा, because otherwise how will I get the inputs from user, right? So let's try with resources and your scanner. Okay. So here this is try scanner. Okay. Now let's continue. So first let me create DAO instance. Next let me accept inputs and invoke DAO's method. This doesn't change. And third and final step में shutdown phase में, this is nothing but clean up the DAO. Are the comments clear? So here, this is your initialization phase of the application. That is when you are starting the application, that is your initialization phase. This can happen multiple times. I'm not putting in the loop because anyway we'll graduate to web application. This is your client servicing phase. Yes or no? And this is your shutdown, as in destroy phase. Destroy. As you know, Java object lifecycle, object is created, you use that object methods, and then it is marked for garbage collection. So this is what we are doing here. So which instance I have to create? Bank account PL. I'm crawling the default constructor anytime you, okay, यहाँ पे क्यों error आया? Unhandled checked exception. तो यहाँ पे catch all लगा दो to satisfy the compiler. So when you do this, whenever you are revising, yesterday I was in the lab specially for this reason, walkthrough कैसे करना है कोड का वो दिखाना था. So you have to actually control click and you have to actually visualize नहीं, revise करना है what all steps we have done. I've already revised it multiple times, so let's not waste your time. यहाँ पे I'll ask user enter source, destination, account numbers, and the transfer amount. And now who has to call whose method? For which reason? Who has to call whose method? For which purpose? ये जो टेस्टर है मेन क्लास है वो किसकी मेथड कॉल करेगा गाइस? टेस्टर हैज टू कॉल द डाउस मेथड. फॉर व्हिच पर्पस? डेटा एक्सेस लॉजिक इन्वोकिंग द स्टोर्ड प्रोसीजर के लिए. एंड आई हैव जस्ट गिवन अ मैसेज, तो मैसेज को तो प्रिंट कर सकती हूँ सिस आउटसाइड. एंड डाउ डॉट क्या था? ट्रांसफर फंड्स. ओके, एंड हाउ डू आई रीड द इंट फ्रॉम द स्कैनर? sc dot next int. How do I read the next integer? sc dot next int. And here you have the double amount. So sc dot next double. Are you understanding? I'm not doing anything in the tester, as you can realize. I'm just calling the method of a DAO. And destroy के लिए, destroy phase means shutdown phase. Destroy when I say, I mean shutdown. You're shutting down the application, you're terminating the app. तो यहाँ पे क्या करना है आपको? DAO.py. Are you understanding, guys? The clear-cut separation of concerns. Tester main class में just request processing and manage the DAO and call the DAO's method and response generate कर लो. And at the end, shutdown phase में clean up the DAO. Test करके देखते हैं. First, I'll just show you. These are the values. So let's say I want to transfer from 2 to 1, 500. Something. Just testing. And what is it we are saying is 2 to 1. And let's say, okay, 500. Let's make it a round figure. So, oh, I said 500 तो दोनों का ही हो गया. But don't trust anything from the front end. You know that, guys. यहाँ पे देखना है. And the funds are correctly transferred. Understood the execution, understood the working of it? Guys, यहाँ पे error checking वगैरह कुछ किया नहीं है. Meaning, that though you can add later. Suppose, so I'm not reporting any errors here. Are you understanding? Yes or no? So I'm not written all of that in the stored procedure. You can always add that. But like I said, okay, let me tell you in the real world. In real world, in today's programming world or today's industry, people rarely use stored procedures and stored function unless until there is something which is very much database specific. I'm not discarding it. I'm definitely not discarding it. But if you see the usage with the ORM frameworks, entity frameworks, and the other frameworks coming up, everyone supports stored procedure, stored function, no doubt about it. But what people say is, I mean, the usage अगर आपने देखा तो कम है. So I would suggest genuinely, don't overspend time on it. We have a lot of other things worthy your time, worthy your attention. But एक बार करके देखना है. I showed you the complete demo of stored procedure. I expect you, I'm giving you a stored function. You must have written stored function in your DBT training. तो वो भी use कर सकते हो. Otherwise, I have converted the same procedure into a function. This is already shared. So compulsory, one of the lab exercise lab homework will be try executing the stored function. Does everyone feel confident in attempting that? Procedure की जगह function call कर पाओगे? Okay. Only one change. What is that one change? The procedure doesn't return any results. Function does. What I mean by that is, देख लो यहाँ पे. Here. This is your invocation syntax of a function. So, how will you start numbering? The first parameter position has to be, you tell me, in parameter या out parameter configure करोगे उसको? Will you set in the value or will you register its value? Register it as an out parameter. And then the first, actual parameters की position होगी 2. Please don't make the mistake. First parameter, configure it or what do you say, register it as an out parameter. Second, third, fourth onwards, depending on your requirement, you will either set it as an in or set it as an out parameter. करके देख लो and everything will immediately fall in place. So this is what I wanted to say regarding execution of a stored procedure. Now, whatever I'm saying is not a part of your content, CDAC, PGDAC contents, but you should know about it, guys. You should always know. I mean, this minimum things are always your contents and all, but we are going to do much more than that. So just for a while, I just stop the video here. What I'm saying is, everyone knows we have created a result set. When do you need a result set? In case of select query, DML, DDL, or execution of stored procedure? Execution of a select query, of course. So, when you say the result set, everyone knows result set has a result set cursor. Yes or no? So, when we said, what was it? A pst.execute query. Code se dikhati hu, so you won't find anything big. So I'm just showing you user.mpl. And here, this was your select query. And here in the select query, we execute the select query, prepare statement, and what you get is a result set. So this result set has a cursor, but what is the default type of a result set cursor? I'll give you choices. Can the result set cursor move in a forward direction, reverse direction, both of above, or none of above? Pick up. Exactly. Forward only. And which was the what is it called? Method we were using for its forward movement? rst.next. Everyone with me? So that is the first thing. So what is it I'm trying to tell you is the default type of result set cursor is of the forward type. It can only move from first record to last record. And now the second question, can you read from the result set or can you write to the result set? Read only, readable, writable, write only, or none of above? Read only. That is my point. So anyone asking you, ऐसे होगा नहीं, hardly people use these things these days. What is the default nature? What is the default type of a result set cursor is? Type forward only. मतलब क्या है? I can just say rst.next, next, next, and I can move only in a forward direction. I'll give you an analogy. Everyone knows iterator. Yes or no? Iterator has methods. Iterator.has next, iterator.next. So we could only attach it to any collection and we could move in a forward direction. But then came उससे पहले another one, read only. Read only का मतलब क्या है? What are the only methods you can use in the result set? Readable, I mean getter methods या setter methods use कर सकते हो, only getter methods. Okay, so that is your default nature. So now I'll give you another analogy. याद है iterator की सब interface थी list iterator. Remembering list iterator? Okay. And list iterator की what is the speciality? List iterator using the list iterator, you can either you can either move forward as well as reverse. So methods were next and previous, has next and has previous, and you could add the element. याद है add remove तो था ही iterator में, but you could add the element at a particular position. So that was my analogy. Now I'm coming to the point here. So using certain additional APIs, additional methods, can you really modify the nature of the result set? Answer is yes. So can I create a result set cursor which can move forward as well as backwards as in reverse? Answer is yes. So that is called as a scrollable cursor. And can I create, instead of only read only, can I also update the result set? Very much yes. So that becomes your updatable result set. So दिखाती हूँ. Before giving you a break, just look for the result set API, java.sql.result set. They have given it in such a well manner. I'm going to share one README for that also. Here, read this. Here, read this carefully. A default result set object, is it updatable or not updatable? Not updatable. Read only hai. And it has a cursor which moves forward या backwards both, only forward. यानी rst.next कर सकते हो and rst.get कर सकते हो. Yes or no? But now there are other options also. देख लो. They have example also for you. So here, see this. The default type of the result set is type forward only. But here, there is something called as type scrollable. So now, can I just move in a forward direction or backward direction also? Scrolling pata hai aapko. So I can go in a forward as well as backward direction. And I can also update the result set. Okay. So here, if you see, जैसे next method था, यहाँ पे previous method है. Are we understanding? So previous is for what? A forward movement or backward movement? Naturally. Obviously, backward movement hai. And if you see, there are some update kind of methods are there. दिखाती हूँ. See this. I'll just update. Let's say string. So guys, are you reading from the result set or are you updating the result set? Okay, reading or writing. Are you can say read or update, anything, whatever you understand. You're updating, you are making the changes. Okay. So technically speaking, if anyone asks you, what is the default nature of a result set? It is type forward only, and you can own it is a read only type of a result set. But using some additional APIs, you can make it in a updatable also and scrollable also. So I've written the details about it. This is like a extra topic. I'll tell you. I'll just create a separate small readme regarding result set types. You can read that for any extra read. So this is where we are stopping for half an hour break. We'll see you in 30. Shall we?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So what we were talking about just before the break was a couple of topics which we covered in the morning was your SQL injection, what is it, and its prevention. The next thing what we talked about is main thing, execution of stored procedure using callable statement API. And the third one, which I showed you just a second. And the third one you have is the types of result sets. Types of result sets means type of result set cursor. So I'm going to share today one README regarding result sets. So you can just read it as an extra information. Now, before I take you to web programming in Java, and before we actually start with our enterprise Java training, let me just quickly give you transaction management overview. So, in anytime you think in database, the next thing you have to think in what is the transaction. So you tell me, you already run databases, transactions and all that. What is the meaning of transaction? Anyone asking you what is a database transaction? Yes, please. Is it a single SQL query or is it a group of commands? It's a group. It's a group of.
Acts as a single unit.
Yes, exactly. So it is a group of SQL queries which represents a particular business logic. Take a recent example, money transfer. Money transfer involved two queries, withdraw from the source account and deposit into destination account. So if the withdrawal fails, is there any point in continuing with the deposition? Of course not. And if the deposit fails because of some reason, bank is unreachable, bank server is down, or whatever, should you withdraw the money? Answer is no again. So what is it? The entire transaction, entire business logic has to be atomic. You know the word atomicity. Acid properties I'm talking about. So transactions, entire transaction as a whole is a unit, a business logic unit, and even if one of the commands in the entire transaction fails, should you commit the transaction or should you roll back the transaction? Obvious question, please. Of course, the transaction has to be discarded, rolled back. So that is your atomicity. Of course, consistency, isolation, durability to help. So I'm just telling you, we are going to do the actual transaction management or actual transactional behavior will start from Hibernate onwards. But if there is a one-off kind of a questions, like can you do the same thing from JDBC? Of course, yes. Hibernate is just a layer of abstraction over JDBC. So Hibernate, whenever I say transactional APIs and all, it is internally calling the JDBC. So identify the steps. If you want to begin a particular transaction, you have to first disable the auto commit flag. Everyone knows about auto commit? Auto commit flag, yes or no? Okay. So when you say, if I want to create a, transaction as a unit of business logic and a unit of commands, first you have to disable the auto commit flag. Without that, you can't start a transaction. So for that, what is the method? There is a connection interface method, set auto commit. So I'll talk in code, CN for connection, dot set auto commit to false. So that is what will mark the beginning of the transaction. Now everyone knows about try and catch block. So if the control reaches end of the try block, what does it indicate? Success or failure? A simple try catch block की बात कर रही हूँ. If the control reaches the end of the try block, it is successful. And if it enters the catch block, it is a failure. So it becomes so easy to identify. So we will write, or whenever we start with Hibernate, we will wrap the entire transactional logic in a try block. At the end of the try block, क्या करेंगे? We will commit the transaction. And for that, you have in Hibernate, there is a Hibernate transaction API. तो वहाँ पे करेंगे tx.commit. Here we have JDBC connection API. So we'll simply say throws, cn.commit, and any API in JDBC may raise SQL exception. If the control reaches the catch block, what does it mean? Transactional, something has failed. Failure it indicates, absolutely. So what should we do? Continue committing the transaction or should you roll back the transaction? Of course, you have to roll back the transaction. And then you have a method same. जैसे commit method है, वैसे rollback है. So here, what you can do is you can just simply say cn dot rollback. So commit and commit and rollback are the transactional boundaries. So once the transaction is over, now if you want to continue after the transaction, here you have to re-enable the auto commit flag. So what will you say? Cn dot set auto commit to true and continue in a normal manner. Are we understanding the steps? What is the first step to begin a transaction quickly? How do you begin a transaction with JDBC? Set auto commit flag to what? True or false? To false. Then what will you write? You'll write a try and catch all block. If the control reaches the end of the try block, what will you do? Commit the transaction karoge ya rollback? Commit the transaction. Very right. And if the control reaches the catch block, then in that case, you will roll back the transaction. At this point, and of course, when you want to continue in a non-transaction manner, how do you continue after the transaction is over? Reset the flag again. That is, set the auto commit, actually set the flag again. So enable by saying cn dot set auto commit to true, and you continue in a normal manner. Is the basic steps clear? You will be seeing us taking these steps, but with Hibernate API. So one small point before I proceed. This rollback is a complete rollback. So tell me, is there any way where I can do the partial rollback? Part of the transaction I want to commit and only the remaining part I want to roll back. Absolutely, yes, it is possible. कैसे करते हो आप partial rollbacks? Save point save. So that is what I wanted to show you. So if you want to do the partial rollbacks, there is a set save point API. ये सब connection interface में है guys. Connection dot set save point. Okay. So you can give the name to the save point also, or you can just create a save point. So I'll show you. See this. Creates an unnamed. Here name नहीं लिखा है. There is an overloaded method where you can supply the name. So this is where you can add a save point. So what it will do, when you say cn dot, you begin the transaction, and when you say cn dot save point, it will create the save point. And what it returns is the save point object. It's an interface. So now, of course, it returns a new save point. Now, if you want to roll back, you know there is a method. Understood how to set a save point, everyone? Which is the method to use? cn dot set save point. Can I add multiple save points in a bigger, longer transaction? Of course, yes. And now, when the things fail, you come to the rollback. Sorry. So there's a, there is a method rollback. So here, when you say rollback, one version which I showed you, that's an overloaded one. So undoes all the changes made in the current transaction. But if I want to roll back to a particular save point, you have the overloaded method. So what it does is, it rollbacks. You have to create the save points. How will you add the save point? cn.set save point. Point 1, point 2, point 3 kar sakte ho. And now you want to tell the JDBC, undo all the changes made after the given save point. So how will you say? cn dot rollback. And suppose you want to undo the changes after point 1, save point 1, you will simply pass that object, and only the changes you have done after that save point 1 will be discarded. So all these things and more we are going to do in Hibernate. But here I just wanted, to just give you an intro. So if you want to do the complete rollback, which method will you use? Connection ki rollback method use karo. And if you want to roll back to a particular save point, क्या करना पड़ेगा आपको? First, you'll have to create a save point. How will you create a save point? Connection dot set save point say. And then you use this overloaded method to roll back to a particular save point. So this is the quickest possible summary of transaction management. Don't worry, I don't handle the database transaction at this level or at this point, but we are actually going to use Hibernate and then the Spring Data JPA. So that is where I'll show you the transaction management. Understood the basics? Okay, so I'll share sometime a ready-made demo if anyone is interested, so that you can try it out just to check this. But all these details are already written in today's sequence. So this is what I wanted to cover as a basic part of or simple JDBC. Now we are actually entering Enterprise Java. So actually, guys, you know, JDBC API is a part of Java SE, JDK itself. So we did not need any server. We did not need anything. But now, here we are entering actually or formally web programming in Java. So welcome to Enterprise Java, guys. This first topic is actually should be covered in core Java itself, ideally. Anyway, we covered it. So now you can, I mean, we are not going to change the workspace again. Has everyone changed the workspace yesterday? Okay. So now just let me give you a little bit formalish kind of an introduction, and then we'll start talking about the development steps, and you'll know what all we are planning today. Some part I'll get it done here, some part in the lab. Let's. So everything starts with what is it, why, and all that. So here, what is Java EE? Java EE stands for Java Enterprise Edition. Which is the version? Version is, I mean, these are all later, what to say, long time, this stable version, LTS versions, I mean. So long time support version. So Java E8, till Java E8, who was the vendor of Enterprise Java? Oracle Sun. But the current version, which I'm going to show you, the latest version, Jakarta E9 or 10, that is going to be maintained under Eclipse Foundation. So anytime, I don't know how you are using it. Like if you are taking notes, the earlier version was called as Java Enterprise Edition 8, vendor being the Oracle. Who was managing all this was Oracle, purchased over Sun Microsystems. But now the later version is, from later versions, it is not called as Java Enterprise Edition 9. It is rather known as Jakarta EE9 or Jakarta Enterprise Edition 10. So comes to what is it? Is Enterprise Java a specification, implementation, both of above, or none of above? Answer is Enterprise Java is only the specification. Guys, since yesterday we met, I am continuously harping on this. Specification alag, implementation alag. JDBC में क्या देखा आपने? Java.SQL has the JDBC API and implementation is left to vendors. Yes or no? Okay. Likewise, when you learn Enterprise Java with me, Advanced Java with me, the specifications comes from earlier version में Oracle Sun, later version में, I mean current version which I'm going to show you, Eclipse Foundation से आएंगे. So what is it? It is a set of specification that goes beyond Java SE. I mean, guys, see, tech stack. What will be your tech stack if you take the Java as a backend? JDK 21, or you can say Java SE 21. What is it you will add over that? Jakarta EE 910. I mean, the Tomcat, Apache Tomcat, which I have given you 10.1, supports both. Okay. So Jakarta EE, you can say 9 or 10. And on the top of it, we will be adding Spring Framework, Hibernate, Spring Data, वगैरह वगैरह. Yesterday, I have given you a roadmap. So you should understand some terms. So what is it? It is an extension to standard Java, Java SE, for additional enterprise features. Enterprise features means what? Because you have already developed an enterprise application using which tech stack? Which is the tech stack you have already used? And to develop this, no, WPT cannot be MERN exactly. So you have already developed a enterprise application using MERN stack. So here we are going to develop enterprise application using the Java stack. Okay, so what is it? It is basically for providing a platform for building which applications, building and deployment, large scale, multiple tiers, multiple layers would be there, scalable and secure. Catchphrase is scalable. Tell me, what is the meaning of scalability? Because all these terms you use it all the time, but you can't use it without understanding. Scalable का मतलब बताओ? Scalability means even when the multiple clients, no, you're wrong. This here, scalable application means suppose currently you have developed a web application using maybe one stack, full stack application kiya hai, and you have just got some 10 clients and you are giving them the corresponding response time. Suddenly the app client load increases from 10 to let's say 10,000. So in that case also, your application should not degrade in its performance. So this is the scalability feature. It should continue to give the same responses, same response times, same performance, even when the client load increases. Understood the meaning of scalability? So that's the main part of the scalability, guys. Okay. So now, when I said enterprise Java specification is nothing but of what is to be done, a rule or a contract. So you should have a question like which specifications is she talking about, or which specification Java Enterprise has? It has the specification for all the basic services to build any large scale enterprise application. So you are coming to me after doing one stack, I know that, but there are some places where I have to handle the audience who has not done the one stack or who has not done any web programming. So I'm defining everything. Anytime you want to refresh, you can always read. So it is nothing but what is an enterprise application? It's a large software system platform. Is it going to be locally hosted or remotely hosted in cloud? Remotely hosted, meant for your industry grade corporate environment. It is a server side, remotely deployed, transactional. I'm talking about database transactional, multi-threaded, complex, scalable application. So these are all the catchphrases. So whenever you say enterprise application, this is what we mean. So you have seen so many. I don't know. Have you decided your projects? What is your progress on the project front? Have you identified the project and started working on it, guys? I'm talking about your end of training project ki baat kar rahi hu. You're not yet started, not yet. Okay, fine. No. See, technology chosen to baad mein kar sakte ho before you know the technologies, but project idea also you have not yet thought of. Not know this. Okay, fine. Then it is then I scratch the statement. But guys, you know that at the end of it, whatever you have learning in PGDAC course, you have to showcase it. So the most important part of your training is real life project, live projects. So you could be taking anything. For example, online shopping, payment processing, billing systems, the hospital management system, or online stock trading app, something, Amazon clone, BSE, Bombay Stock Exchange ka clone. You can decide the topic. So that becomes your enterprise application. Okay. Now, let's come to the formal things. See, all these was, vague. I'll just recap what I said in a vague manner. You tell me, interactive karte hai thoda. When anyone asks you which version of enterprise Java you are learning, what is your answer? Version, please. It's a 9 or 10. Very good. Is it called as Java E9? Option 1 or Jakarta E910? It's a Jakarta. Yes. Who is the supplier of this Jakarta E specification? Oracle Sun or Eclipse Foundation? Eclipse Foundation is the vendor. And then finally, what does it consist of is specification. यानी interfaces guys. Specification is what? Abstraction, interfaces, yeah, implementation classes, specification. Most of it will be fully abstract things. Abstract classes देखोगे, interfaces and all that. ठीक है? So now I'm coming to the point, and our first important specification is the servlet API. Servlet specification. Of course, then you know the roadmap. So then we will talk about something like Java server pages. And these are all these are not in your contents, all these you don't require. And then the important one is Java persistence API. That is where I'll show you Java transaction API. And the main thing today, nobody uses SOAP-based web services. We'll be using the RESTful web services. So don't worry about the sheer size of it. We'll learn it in a modular manner. Okay, one module, couple of days. So next couple of days, we are going to only focus on servlet specification, or you can say servlet API. Okay, so now, who is the vendor of specification? Earlier days, Oracle Sun. Today, Eclipse Foundation. And implementation, guys, you all know. Writing specifications alone, hardly useful. So somebody has to sit down and write the implementation. So implementation is left to vendors. But vendor is a very loose term, guys. Vendor is generally supplier. But here you be specific. It is nothing but the enterprise Java server. So that is that web server which I have asked you to install. I'll show you. I've just asked you to download. A side question, please. Has everyone downloaded and extracted all those softwares which I had provided 2-3 days ago? Okay, great. So, fine. So here I am going to show you how to add the server to the IDE workspace. And of course, if required, we'll repeat the instructions in the lab session. But when I start those steps, be a little more attentive. Okay, coming back to the point, this is your enterprise Java server vendor ki baat karein. So now I'm telling you the one which we are going to use. Which is the vendor which is more than popular is Apache. Apache comes out with so many products. There is a, जैसे आपके पास है ना, what is it called? NPM for Node. Here you have Maven as a build tool. Who supplies it? Apache supplied. Who is going to supply our web server whose product name is Tomcat? Apache Tomcat. Apache supplied. So I've given you something like 10.1.26 version. Stick to the same versions, तो compatibility के issues नहीं आएंगे. JDK 21, STS 4 and Apache Tomcat 10.1 will be our initial go-to technologies. The specifications. And which are the services? Apache Tomcat gives you out of box and a ready-made manner में only some of the services. Forget the rest. Is it going to give you the servlet specification implemented? Yes. That is our starting point anyway. So now, there are two terms in the market. One is web server and one is application server. In earlier years, something like 5-6 years ago, I don't remember, we used to have both in the DAC training because we used to show you, that time, there was a technology called as Enterprise Java. EJBs were very popular. But over the years, people realized developing in EJBs is extremely hard, complex. बहुत ही time लगता था समझने में and implementation and deployment में. So now people use Spring Framework everywhere. But as a Java developer, आपको पता तो होना चाहिए what is web server and what is your enterprise server or what is your application server. So listen to this. When you talk about web server has a single runtime environment, server-side JVM. Listen to me carefully. Guys, we are dealing in Java. So Java runtime, if you are dealing in Java server, web server, तो उसको Java runtime लगेगा. So what will you call it? It's a server-side JVM. So when you see web server I have installed, all you have got is a one server side JVM whose name is web container. And web container can easily manage all these services. But in industries, sometimes they don't use only the web server. So when you say application server download kiya hai, I'm using application server. So what is it? They have two runtime environments, two JVMs. One is the web container as before, plus they also have additionally EJB container. You don't have EJBs in your content. Earlier, before Spring became so popular, we used to use EJBs to. Now it is completely, I won't say it is deprecated kind of a thing, but people hardly use it. So web server क्या करता है? Only limited services देगा. Whereas if you download or if you use the application server, it will give you the ready-made implementation of all the services. But for our entire training, what is it we are going to use? Are we going to use a web server or are we going to use an application server? Answer is, we will simply use a web server. Once you have a Spring Framework, Spring Boot, Spring Data JPA, Spring Security, Spring Cloud, ये कुछ लगेगा ही नहीं. Everything will be provided by Spring Framework. So let me hear again. Application server is required or not required for our training? It is not required completely. Of course, you can deploy. I'll come to why part in this. So I'm giving you some popular names of the vendors and popular industry products. What is the vendor name? Apache, the one which we are using. And if you pick up what I've downloaded is a Tomcat. So that is their Tomcat is a web server. They also give you an application server by the name Tommy. I'm sure you're smiling. The next one, Oracle Sun has a reference implementation, and that reference implementation name is Glassfish. Red Hat Incorporation has JBoss as their product. Firefly is just a name of one person. Oracle has purchased over B Systems. B Systems earlier used to be a separate company. Now it is acquired by Oracle. So their server is called as Oracle WebLogic Server. IBM gives you WebSphere. And these are the main industry names. So you should have some idea what are the popular industry giants, industry players, and their implementations. But which one we are going to use throughout is Apache supplied Tomcat server. Am I clear so far? So the first question we always try to solve is why? Why you are learning Enterprise Java? Or what makes Enterprise Java popular? So here is the reason. Any new topic, guys, you have to first ask yourself, like yesterday I explained why JDBC? So that you can enjoy platform independence as well as partial database independence. So I'm trying to sell today Enterprise Java to you. So you will get interested in it and we'll work it out together. So why Enterprise Java is so popular in industry is because it can support different type of clients. So what are the different type of clients? Yesterday somebody was asking me, type 4 client, is it a thin client? So no, that is not where the word is thin called. Thin client has a different meaning. So thin client typically means a web client. Okay. So when I say web client or thin client ka matlab kya hai, guys? There's no business logic. You don't require any business logic on the client side. All you need on the client side is a web browser. And web browser will need a net connection to the server, and that's it. So we are going to spend all the time in using the web browser. बाद में when I want to show you the integration, full stack integration, जैसे अपने मन में किया है, so I'll take some ready-made React application and we will design the backend for that. So वैसे that time the web browser would be there, but there would be a browser app. Your JavaScript, React app will run on it, and that can talk to your server-side application. That's later. Does it support a thick client? So of course, answer is yes. Thick client का मतलब है I can run a Java application, client-side application I can write TCP client, I can write UDP client and all, and that can also talk to my enterprise Java server. And the third type of client is a mobile client, smart client. So using iOS, using anything, you can using any what do you say? There's something called as Java AV, Java Micro Edition. Using my mobile clients, your enterprise application still is supported. So what is the first and important reason? Can enterprise Java server support different type of clients? Answer is yes. Which three type of clients I'm talking about? Just ordinary web client, thin client usko bolte hain, thick client as well as smart clients. All are supported. Now the next very popular reason, very important reason is, guys, you know VORA principle. Write once, run anywhere. So when you learned your core Java, thanks to JVM, you could run the application on any platform. Yes or no? From the JVM, you enjoyed platform independence. Using JDBC, you can enjoy, you tell me what? JDBC से क्या मिलता है आपको? Yeah, independence, but which independence, Rishita? That is the question. Database independence, right? And now I'm saying, see the power of enterprise Java. You can create the server-side application and you can deploy that server-side application on any Java compliant enterprise server. So today you will be learning with Apache Tomcat. But suppose your organization is not using Apache, it is using JBoss or WebLogic or WebSphere, फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. It is write once and run everywhere. So it is guaranteed to produce the same results without making any changes or modifications on any other enterprise Java server. So what will you call it? Why Java? As a slogan, you can say, you get, what is it called? Platform independence, database independence, as well as server independent application. Samjha mera point? So I have an immediate question, or rather people will have immediate question. Okay, you are making such a tall statement. You tell me why or how. So my question is, how come enterprise Java applications are server independent? Anyone? You understood my question? I said, what makes your enterprise Java application server independent? Nobody? I thought somebody will be able to pick it up. I said already, guys. Okay, I'll give you a clue. What is enterprise Java, Jakarta EE or Java EE? What does it consist of? Specification or implementation? Specification. And who is going to give you the implementation, guys? Server. So what is it we will use in the code? Only the specification. Tomorrow, you go from Tomcat to JBoss to Glassfish to WebSphere to WebLogic or whatever. How do you care? Interface reference can refer to any implementation class. Yes or no? So it is this separation. Let me add a word here. I thought you will understand, but it doesn't matter. Here, how? So what is it which makes it server independent? It is the separation between what and what? Specifications. So who supplies the specification? Jakarta EE. You say Jakarta Java EE, it's one and the same. So Jakarta EE is the specification vendor. So it is a separation between specifications supplied by Jakarta EE and the implementation is left to server vendors. Java EE, Jakarta Java EE, server vendors. Are you understanding me? So it is that separation which is going to make it effective. It is going to give you the server independence. Wait for some more time. Let me add the Tomcat server and all that, and I'll make my point clearer. Like same to same है. कल JDBC का दिखाया. Today I'm showing you about enterprise Java. Understood the point or not understood the point? समझा what I'm saying? So it is that separation is very important. That is why interfaces in Java are so powerful, or abstraction in Java is so powerful. Okay. Read the third point. Why there is this thing? The third point is, as a developer, as a web developer, as an enterprise Java developer, I don't have to worry about एक second. I don't have to worry about the implementation of the primary services. It is going to be done by Java E server automatically. So enterprise Java tells you, you just learn these APIs, you just know these APIs, servlet specification, JPA specification, RESTful web services specification, and we will implement it for you. So what are the three reasons which makes Java Enterprise Edition, Enterprise Java popular in the market? First reason is different variety of client support. The clients, it can support thin client, thick client, and the mobile client. What's the next reason? Server independence. Write once and deploy it on any server. And what is the third reason I said is, do you have to worry about the implementation of the specification, or are you going to get it ready-made from Java E server? Who is going to implement the services? P for programmer and V for vendor, or S for server. Who's going to implement it for us? Of course, the vendor supplied, server supplied services will be there. So our focus can be only on the actual core logic. So it could be a request handling logic, it could be a data access logic, it could be a business logic. उस पे focus कर सकते. Got some idea? Understood what I'm trying to say? Yes or no? Okay, so let us break this theoretical topic by some hands-on. So I'm telling you the development steps. I think I have got it written somewhere. Thank you. Otherwise, we'll write it. Okay, development steps are here. So let me ask you the question. You have to mute yourself. Somebody's unmuted this. Has everyone created a new workspace for Web Java on day 1, which was yesterday? Okay. So my suggestion is, please use my supply because I have pre-configured few things. क्या pre-configure किया है बाद में दिखाऊंगी. बाद में, I mean, you won't be able to understand it. STS 4.30, JDK 21, and I have already given you Tomcat, or what do you say, in a zip format, 7-zip format. Is everyone clear here? These are the things which I have given you. Next one. Now, okay. So here I have written the steps. I'll just read it and perform it with you. Now, are we going to continue with standalone Java applications, or are we going to start creating a web application? Java या Enterprise Java? Web application, Enterprise Java. So we'll change the perspective. Guys, you can refer to this. I've written almost all these things to the T. If anyone wants screenshots and all, like first day, I can add the screenshots also. So I will do it in front of you. Only prerequisite is you should have the access to wherever you have, what is it called? Wherever you have got this Tomcat server. So I'll just, I will show you. This is the server, guys, I have given you. 10 point. Okay, what I've given, I have zipped it, 7-zipped it, and this is the server. The first instruction is download and extract Apache Tomcat server. Is the instruction clear? You must have, I told you to pehle hi kar lena, so time nahi jayega. So download and extract Apache Tomcat server. We are using Tomcat 10.1, which is compatible with Jakarta E9 as well as 10. So after the extraction, you will get this structure. Yahi server add karenge workspace mein. So let us start with the steps. First step is change the ID ka perspective. which is the perspective here we were using Java. तो उसको change करते हैं. How to change it? Guys, I'm speaking very slow and giving you very slow steps. So please don't create a confusion in the lab. Be more than attentive here. Window. Perspective. Open perspective. Other. And here you'll see Java EE. That is Java Enterprise Edition. Open that. Everyone clear with the first step? Guys, I have given all these steps in the writing. So you can of course refer to them. I don't expect you to remember. Remembering wali baat hai hi nahi. Understanding wali baat hai sab kuch. I don't require outline. Okay, let others be there. Now, the moment you change the perspective to Enterprise Java, see where my cursor is. Follow, focus. तो यहाँ पे आपको एक टैब दिखेगा सर्वर्स. अगर नहीं दिखा तो guys, there's nothing like a perspective and all. It's just a shortcut. यहाँ से भी कर सकते हो. Window, show view, and यहाँ पे एक view mode मिलेगा आपको servers. So it doesn't matter. Whichever way you go, it's fine. So I'm just expanding this, maximize key. तो STS3 में क्या होता है ना? They give a VMware का server. STS4 they have removed it. So you will see this link. No servers are available. Click this link to create a new server. Click on this. With me so far? What I did is I did nothing, guys. I just asked you to download and extract the server. एक जगह रख दो. एक Java software का folder बनाया होगा, उसी में डाल दो. And then you just change the Java EE perspective and continue. So these are all the vendors, which are popular vendors. Our vendor is Apache. Expand that. Next is, which is the server we are adding is Apache Tomcat 10.1 दिया है. So it can support both the versions. ये 11 है, it is still in a beta and I mean unstable है. So like will not use anything unstable. 10.1 है. Next it, कुछ भी changes करने नहीं है इस screen पे. Don't apply your own ideas till you understand what you're doing. Second day, नहीं. Third day, fourth day, fifth day, yes you can. 10.1 choose करना. Next. Now, it is asking you कि कहाँ पे अपने Tomcat extract किया है. So it's just asking you, what is the Tomcat home? Do not say download and install. I have already given you a pre-configured server. क्या pre-configure किया है? Tomorrow I'll be able to tell you. So just say browse. Go to wherever is your Tomcat server. So for me it is E drive पे 10.1.26. तो guys एक बार देख लो. उसके नीचे bin, configuration, lib folder सब कुछ चाहिए. So this is called as your Tomcat home. जैसे Java home रहता है, where you have installed the JDK. This is your Tomcat home. That is where the Tomcat resides. Select it. अगर गलत किया तो यहाँ पे red cross आएगा and you just change it again. With me so far? I'm going super slow, guys. Literally in slow motion जा रही हूँ. Okay. Next is, just say next. Here you will say, actually go to set finish also. Here, these are the empty boxes because we have not written a single web application yet. So let this be and say touch. So after saying finish, you should see the Tomcat 10.1 server at localhost. We are not remoting it yet and it is in the stop state. Understood all the steps so far? Very, very easy. Only thing is, do it systematically. Chaos nahi karna hai, confusion nahi karna hai, and don't go follow the wrong path. It's a easy process. जो difficult है उस पे time लगाना ठीक है, easy पे नहीं लगाने का. Okay, so just click on this, and there is you can see where my cursor is. Here there is a button, start the server. There are some shortcuts also, you can follow them if you want. So here we are starting the server. It will launch the server console, but within a second it disappears. No worries. There is a tab here. So when I say console, are we looking at a server side console S or is it a client side? Is it a server side or is it a client side? I'm showing you. S या C. It's a server side, obviously. So thoda dekh lo what it is saying. Red color does not mean error. That is just the IDE ka styling. So here you can see this. which is the Apache server we are using is whatever 10.1.26. I'm using Windows 11, that can differ. And here, this is which is the Java home. Java home is where our JDK 21 is. LTS version वगैरह सब कुछ दिया है मैंने आपको. And you can see not worth reading too much, but here there's something reading much. Guys, the server, web server is what? Just a process. You have done your operating systems. So a process is run on a particular port number. Yes or no? A web server is a process which listens on a particular port number. So that port number is by default 8080. I'll repeat. What is the default Apache Tomcat listener port? HTTP listener port is 8080. समझा? So if you have a port clash का मतलब समझते हो? Address in use. Then जैसे आप what we do in React is environment file होती है .env रहती है, उससे change करते हो. वैसे ही अगर लगा तो I'm just saying अगर चल रहा है, if your 8080 is free, continue to run on 8080. If it is not, what you can do is your server will not start. You will get a pop-up. You'll say port already in use. So no worries. You can just stop this server. Here I am. Click on the server. And here I'm stopping the server. There's a button stop the server. Now you have a server files. तो देख लो. यहाँ पे servers करके एक project मिलेगा आपको because we added a server. Expand that. Which is the server I added? Apache Tomcat. वहां पे the startup file is called as server.xml. With me, when do you want to refer to this? Always or only in case of server port clash issues? Only in case of errors. Otherwise, don't even look at it. Okay? Yes. Now, when you open this server.xml, this is an XML configuration file. तो ये खोलता है design view. So see where my cursor is. There's a design view and there is a source view. Click on source view. And simply Control F as in search for 8080. So you'll see it is, what is it? This is a comment basically, HTML comment and all that. So here it is saying that connector port, the port which is used by Tomcat Apache is 8080. So you can change it to 8081 or 7070, whatever. So for suppose this is your port number. ऐसे कुछ नहीं है. 5000 also I can choose any free port guys. So here you just save it. Unnecessary, don't play with the server file. If you make something wrong, your server will stop starting. It won't even come up. And now we'll try to run this again. So click on this server tab यहाँ पे and just start the server. And here console खोलना and now tell me, have we successfully changed the port number easily? Everyone understood? If required, change the port number. Okay? So what is the default port number where the where it is listening is 80. So is the first step clear? Which is the first step I'm talking about? This is my development step first. ये लगेगा ही नहीं. I've said already if it exists, so STS4 में लगेगा नहीं. Add the Tomcat server to the workspace is the step which we did. Are we all good? Comfortable? Happy? Happiness is important. Okay. So now we started the server. We checked the server side console and it should be completely error free. Okay. Now what is it we are going to do is we are going to, create a first dynamic web project. Everyone knows HTML more than well. So we'll just add some index page and we'll see whether our dynamic web project is up and running. And uske baad actually our training will start on the servlet and the JSPs and likewise. So what is the next step? This is the next step. I'll create a dynamic web project. And this dynamic web project, does it represent a full stack web application or a monolithic web application? Monolithic. Matlab kya hai? We are not into the web services yet. We are not into the front end and the back end yet. That we will do with Spring Boot and all that. Abhi tak to server side, as in when you write a servlet or later a JSP, that itself will render the view. And when I say view, what will be the content type? Guys, you know HTTP so well. So response content type would be throughout means initial hub text/HTML. And the day we go full stack, the day we develop a full stack application, backend only has to render the data, pure data, and that would be JSONized. That would be serialized. So what would be the content type then? Will it stay as text/HTML or will it change to application/JSON? JSON रहेगा या HTML रहेगा? Guys, you have done web services, JSON होगा naturally. Okay, so ये तो सब बहुत दूर की बात है. So let us create a dynamic web project which will have model, view, and controller all together. It is called as a monolithic web application. So anytime you are developing anything, stop the server. कैसे करना है stop server, guys? There are two stop buttons. ये जो है ना, that talks about forcefully shut down करेगा. And if you want a graceful shutdown, जो भी clean up करना है वो clean up करने के बाद, तो click on this and there is a button here, stop the server. This is called as a graceful shutdown. Everything what I'm saying, I'm going to get it done in the lab session so that, you know, in first half an hour, everyone's web server and web project will be up and running. But if you focus now, बाद में you will not make many mistakes and, you know, your lab time will not be wasted. Okay, so what is the next step? Let us create a dynamic web project. Easy, right? So here, drop down this tab. Which was the project we were creating all these days? Simple standalone Java project. Choose this. Maven to baad mein dikhaungi. Hibernate say there is a link. There's a menu item here. Dynamic web project. So now I'm giving a name. Day 2.1 kiya tha. Okay, so I'll say day 2 web. I'm just giving a web name so that, you know, you will understand that it is a web project. Everyone with me? Nothing. कुछ ज़्यादा किया ही नहीं है. I just selected dynamic web project and I've given a name. When in the lab, we'll create it as day 2 lab. या कुछ तो. So which is the target server? Apache 10.1. There's something called as dynamic web module version. उसकी खुद की आती है. And don't do anything here. Say next. Now, guys, we are here not for writing your JavaScript or CSS or HTML Java. We are here for Java development. So, जैसे there has to be a folder. So, SRC main Java is the folder where we will write Java sources. Let me show you the full folder structure once it is created. 2 minutes. Next, this is an important one. So, थोड़ा ठीक से सुनो. What was the name of the project I gave? Day 2 web. So by the same name as a default, web application is deployed as a web context web environment और उसका context root आएगा उसी name से. And like how in React we have public folder, we have SRC, उसी में components, JSX, pages, services वगैरह डालते हो. वैसे ही in Java web applications, you have a web app folder. तो web app folder के नीचे all the public contents you can add. You know, HTML जो भी client को share करना है ना, client को देना है, वो add करें. थोड़ा बाद में दिखाती हूँ. And here, now are we doing it on the client side or server side? We are going to be on the server side. तो server के लिए सब instructions लगेंगे. So there is a very important file, web.xml. दिखाती हूँ 2 minutes में. Select it. I repeat. Select dynamic web project. Some project name देना. Next करके check this checkbox. Generate web.xml and say finish. So this is what we did so far. And let me show you the folder structure, guys. So I'll expand on that. Build तो नहीं लगेगा. SRC main. Yeah, I'm going to give you the whole write-up and then there's a drawn diagram and all that. But first look at it. So here, ignore deployment descriptor यहाँ से दिखाऊंगी. So here, you tell me, SRC main Java, what kind of content you will add there? Easy question. Java source content .java files, servlets, DAOs, pojos, कहाँ पे लिखोगे? Under this folder. Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Next one. Now you can see the folder structure. SRC main Java यहाँ पे दिख रहा है. And what is web app? Web app is nothing but the root of your web application. And is this a public content folder or is this a private content folder? Public है PU, private है PR. Meaning is, the answer is it is a public content folder. उसका मतलब क्या है? Whatever I add under web app, HTML हो सकता है, JSP हो सकता है, JS हो सकता है, CSS हो सकता है, images हो सकती है. That is all accessible to the client using the URL. उसके नीचे है meta INF, meta information, ignore it. We hardly use it. Very rarely use करेंगे. But a very important folder is web-inf. It stands for web information folder. So, जैसे मैंने बोला था, like how web app is a public content directory, public content folder. Web-inf is private content folder. Private from whom? Private from client. Meaning, can client access directly anything under the web information folder? नहीं कर पाएगा. Answer is no. What if it tries to access the contents under web-inf? Which is the error code we will send him back? 404. Everyone knows, guys. HTTP 404. Yes or no? 404. Okay. You know, there is a series 100, 200, 300, 400 and 500. 100 is for which? 1XX. 100, guys, I'm asking you this question because you have already done WPT and you are coming here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you. 100 series is for what? It's a side question, but yes, worth answering. 100 series is for what? Which status codes? What does it represent? पता है या नहीं पता है?
Continue.
It contains the information or it can also contain the debugging related code. Next one, 200 series, guys. Tell me. Success, all okay. So 200 का मतलब है successful. 201 का मतलब क्या है? Created. Very good. 204 accepted. And likewise, there are lots. क्या था अभी? 300. 304. What is the 300 series in general? Redirection. Very right question. 400 series. There are more this, but when we come to it, I'll talk about it. Moves. The contents have moved. The resource has moved. Yes, Kajal. क्या था? What is it? Right. 400. What is 400? Client side error. Very right. So what is the meaning of 404? Client tried to access a resource, but resource is not present.
Not found.
What is 400 for? Bad request. What is that? 405 for URL doesn't support this particular method. What is 401? Very important in security. 401 का मतलब क्या है? You've done JWTs and all that. Unauthorized. Very good. 403 का मतलब क्या है? Forbidden. Access denied. Yes. And of course, there is a 500. 500 का मतलब क्या है? Client side error या server side error? Answer is a server side error. 500 specifically means internal server error, but there are specializations in that also. Whenever it comes up, I'll talk more. So coming back to the point, if the client tries to access any resource under web-inf, will it get the resource or all it will get is a 404 error? 404 error code आएगा. Resource not found. Now see the structure. Web-inf के नीचे there is a lib folder. Lib stands for library. So if you want to add some additional libraries, additional jars, JDBC connector डालना है, Spring libraries डालने हैं, Hibernate libraries डालने हैं, you can add it here. And the most important document for the server-side environment, runtime environment, which is called as a web container, is web.xml. Do you remember? We had selected that checkbox, web.xml. If you forget, suppose in a hurry, you guys are always in a hurry. You hardly listen to the instructions. तो अगर आपने नहीं किया, फॉर एग्जाम्पल सपोज यू डिड नॉट क्रिएट इट, ऑफ कोर्स यू फॉरगॉट, तो यहाँ पे राइट क्लिक ऑन, जनरली डोंट डू दैट, डबल टाइम जाता है, राइट क्लिक ऑन दिस, देयर इज अ टैब, देयर इज अ ऑप्शन कॉल्ड एज जावा ई टूल्स, एंड यहाँ पे है जनरेट डिप्लॉयमेंट डिस्क्रिप्टर, तो ये बन जाएगा. But it is a version. I'll just check which version. Yeah, it is giving the same version. Guys, now. So and now I'll start my W questions. I always ask a lot of W questions. Who is going to read this particular web.xml? When and how many times and all that? It is thoda early for these questions, so I'll answer this. Guys, on the server side, there is a web server running. Apache Tomcat server we will start. And उसके नीचे, उसके अंदर, there is a server side JVM. So this server side JVM is popularly known as web container. So who is going to read this file? Web container पढ़ेगा. And in that, you are going to give the instructions to the web container. You can read the XML tag and you can understand yourself. What is it you are telling the web container? These can be the welcome pages. These can be the welcome files for reaching my web application. But you tell me, itne sare multiple welcome files are required, or single is sufficient? Multiple welcome files लगेंगे या single file is sufficient? Single file is sufficient. तो because अगर क्या करेगा, if you write it multiple way, still sequentially जाएगा, and the moment it finds a match, it stops searching. So let's not trouble the container. We'll add only one welcome file. जैसे single page application का starting point is index.html, just add that. When I take you in 2-3 days time to JSP, index.html we will replace it by index.jsp. समझा इतना? I'll repeat the last means important line. Who is going to read this file? Web container. Web container है क्या? It is your server side JVM. Okay, it is the Java runtime environment within a web server. Server side JVM है. And कब read करेगा? When you run the web application. So what is the instruction we have given to the web container? Anytime client accesses my web application, what content should be rendered to the client is the contents from index.html. समझा इतना? नहीं समझा? There is something, yes or no? I've just configured the welcome file का name. But the unfortunate fact is you have to write that index.html. ये खुद से नहीं बनाता. So I have an important question. Wake up if you are feeling sleepy or something. Where should I create this index page? I'm giving you two options. Option 1, web app के अंदर. Option 2, web INF के अंदर. You are not listening, guys. You'll have to improvise your listening skills. I've said it already 3, 4, 5 times. WebANF के नीचे के contents accessible रहते हैं या नहीं रहते हैं? Those are private contents, guys. So typical mistake of day one is you don't listen to the instructions and then you waste so much time. तो WebANF के नीचे अगर index.html create किया तो 404 HTTP 404 is guaranteed. Which is the public document space, which is the public folder, which is accessible to client. Web app है या web INF है? Of course web app. So here it is. Right click on web app. There's a new. And today, I mean, you don't know JavaScript पता है, JSP पता नहीं है, तो just choose HTML. Right click on web app. यहाँ से देख सकते हो. And I've just said this. Don't use any camel casing here. Keep all the things lowercase. It's case sensitive. Index, I just write index and I just say finish. तो ये तो बन जाएगा. You don't require any explanation on HTML, guys. You're done much more than that. And all I'm saying is just welcome message, welcome to Jakarta or Enterprise Java. Everyone clear? So what all I did so far? We just switched the perspective to enterprise Java, Java EE banaya. We added the Tomcat server to the IDE. Then we created a dynamic web project. We removed other instructions. एक ही welcome file रखा. index.html की जगह login.html रख सकते हो. test.html, welcome.html, anything. उसका सिर्फ name match करना है. For the last time, where will you keep the welcome page? Web app के नीचे या web app के नीचे, and why? Web app के नीचे because it's a public folder. Okay, any content under web app cannot be directly served, cannot be directly accessed by the client. उसके नीचे. And I just wrote some header tag, welcome message. Now the next thing, I want to run this application. So now when I say run this application, I'm doing a remote deployment या local deployment कर रही हूँ. R या L? Of course local. So it will run on local host. And what will be the port number? Anyone remembers? If you have not changed it, what is the default port number it will listen on? 8080. If I have changed that to 7070, whatever. Okay? So now, yes, whatever is the port we have chosen. Now guys, here, see this. I'm clicking on window. I'm clicking on web browser. And you can see what it uses is, sometimes it may not use your supplied one. Default system web browser for me is Chrome. But अगर आपने नहीं set किया है, तो I'll say explicitly set it to Chrome. I'll repeat, window, web browser, and choose Chrome as a web browser. Because otherwise क्या होगा ना, ये internal web browser या something you choose, IDE itself will open its browser. I don't want that confusion. So now, what is the next step to be done is run the application. How do I run this application? Right click on day to web, say run as, and can you see the option guys? Should I say run on server or should I say run as Java application? First option or second option? Of course, run on server. Samjha? So now we have added this Tomcat server. So here select that. Now I think you can read this. एक से ना थोड़ा maximize कर रही हूँ. So which are the versions it supports? It supports Jakarta EE9 as well as Jakarta EE10. So whichever you want, you can use that. And here, उसके बाद तो simple है. You can say directly finish also. I'm just taking you through the next. याद है? Minutes ago, this was all empty. Now it is showing you that, okay, day to web. This is the web project you are deploying and simply say finish. And watch the console. So ये तो छोड़ दो. So here, watch the console. Everyone get into good debugging tips, debugging habits, guys. Do not go to the client side at all. So can you see there is our web server running on 7070. And what IDE does, IDE, when you said, I have chosen the web browser as Chrome. So it will open automatically, it will launch the web browser and send the first request. So now I'm going to the client side. Here, guys, all answers are in the URL. You will not appreciate now this statement. Over time, appreciate karoge. So tell me, how are you going to send the HTTP request? URL use karoge and see the URL. So who is sending the request to whom? Your web client, as in web browser, is sending the request to the server. So start dissecting the URL. By the way, what does URL stand for? Very basic question.
Uniform resource locator.
Uniform resource locator. What is the first part of the URL? The protocol. So what is HTTP, guys? I've written it formal notes mein hai hi. I'm just telling you. Either HTTP use कर सकते हो, ये तो HTTPS भी use कर सकते हो. That is called as a protocol. Or some people refer to it as scheme. So we are not changing anything, but we are using HTTP. In security, if time permits, I'll show you Spring Security mein, we will change it to HTTPS. Otherwise, I'll give you a ready-made solution. Next one. So it starts with the scheme. Next comes what is localhost, guys? Anyone and everyone? What's the next part? Next
Lo-
part is the
Local
host.
system.
So here, either you can give DNS पता है सभी को? What is DNS?
Domain
It's a
name system.
Domain name system.
So here, domain name service क्या है? It's just a mapper which maps your TCP IP. I'm so sorry. IP address. My bad. TCP नहीं आएगा. IP address to the domain name. So what my point is, whether you say DNS qualified host name or whether you say 127, it's a loopback address .0.0.1. Whether you give the IP address or whether you give the DNS specified domain name, it's one and the same. It is the host. Are we understanding so far? So instead of typing the IP address, it's easier to type the host name. होस्ट नेम के बाद आता है पोर्ट नंबर. गाइस, ये था आपका प्रोटोकॉल. यू मस्ट बी नोइंग दिस, बट आई एम स्टिल डिस्कसिंग बिकॉज आई डोंट वांट एनी कंफ्यूजन्स बाद में. उसके बाद आता है होस्ट. ईदर यू कैन सप्लाई DNS क्वालिफाइड होस्ट नेम और यू कैन सप्लाई द IP एड्रेस. उसके बाद आता है पोर्ट नंबर. तो टेल मी which port number I'm talking about. 70, 70, 80 is not the one. Which port number, guys? It is your TCP port number. So TCP is which layer protocol? There is a physical layer, there is a networking layer, there is a transport layer, and there is an application layer. It's a transport layer protocol. Which are the two? No. Transport layer hai. So which are the two famous transport layer protocols in the networking domain?
TCP
One
and UDP.
and one is UDP. Which one is more reliable?
TCP.
Why? TCP is more reliable. And why? Because it uses a feedback. आपको पता होगा. पता अगर नहीं है तो I'll supply a link. TCP primer की link. TCP में what is it called? Client, TCP client in your web browser sends a first connection establishment होता है. After the virtual connection is established between a sender and a receiver, client and a server, then the request goes and response is sent. But everything internally is based on ACK based. Acknowledgement is a positive acknowledgement. NAC is a negative acknowledgement. So if your server sends a NAC, there could be a signal to noise ratio का problem हो सकता है या whatever is the issue. Server load हो सकता है. Your client or the sender has to resend the package. Then there is a TCP window, sliding window, and बहुत कुछ है. इतना you don't have to go to this deep. My only point is why HTTP uses TCP? Because it is reliable. It is all based on feedback, ACK based है, and there is a rare chance of missing a packet. But which is faster? TCP fast है या UDP fast है, guys? ये सब थोड़ा extra knowledge, extra discussion है.
It is
UDP
fast.
faster. Why? Because there's nothing like establishing the connection and sending the data. There's no ACK, there's no acknowledgement. You just create a user data packet, UDP packet. You just stamp the destination address on it and send it, hoping that it will receive the receiver. So why we don't use UDP even though it is faster? We need the reliability. इसके लिए TCP use करेंगे. So this is your TCP port number, and the ranges are from 0 to this thing. There is a 0. I mean, it depends on the platform. So 0 to 1K, 1023 are typically considered as a resort ports. So there are system services. So beyond anything greater than 1023, of course, what I mean is 1024 onwards. Typically, you can use the TCP port number. So Apache has already got a pre-configured one, which is 8080. If you want, you can change it to your part. So is the dissection clear so far? This is your protocol. This is your host. And this is your port number. Yes or no? This much of the networking basics everyone should have. I'm not asking you to be a network expert, Tannenbaum and all read करके नहीं, इतना नहीं लगेगा आपको, but yeah, basic तो लगेगा. Okay, so now here IP address is used for resolving the host. Because नेटवर्क पे तो कितने सारे होस्ट है, gmail.com है, गूगल है, अलग से you have hotmail and so many things like Amazon and all that. तो आपका जो पैकेट है, रिक्वेस्ट पैकेट है, it has to reach the host. तो how to identify the host, how to resolve the host, उसके लिए IP address काम आता है. Now your request packet has reached the host, but host क्या है? Host is simply a machine. Simply a machine. It could be a local host, it could be a remote host. फर्क नहीं पड़ता. So tell me, on one machine, on one host, can only one service run, or can there be multiple services running? Single service या multiple service? Multiple guys. So how do you run multiple services? Networking services, you use the port number. So जैसे TCP port number का slot है, वैसे ही UDP port number. Don't look at UDP. So here, when you say what is the job of the TCP, it resolves the port number and reaches who is listening on 7070, guys. What is it we have installed on 7070? A web server. So this is where your web server is listening. Guys, अगर networking, अगर the request response flow नहीं समझा तो क्या समझोगे? Everything is about request and response, right? It's a HTTP we are talking about. Whether you learn it via MERN stack, Java stack or .NET, one and the same. So this is how my request has reached the web server. Yes or no? I have a diagram, guys. I'll show you the diagram, of course. Okay. Now, this is a very, very important part. So you tell me, what is this remaining portion called? Anyone and everyone? What is the portion after the port number called? अपने REST APIs किए हैं, तो you should know this. नहीं फर्क नहीं पता है तो नहीं पता है. Like I will tell you, that's my job. Fill in the blanks.
Route.
Routes की जगह path use करते हैं. Don't say that route. It is the path formally, or more formally, it is called as URI. What does URI stand for, guys? नहीं, Parag. URL is the whole URL. It's a part of the URL. Uniform Resource Identifier. So this is how you identify a resource on the net. So here, now I'm talking in Java. This was the generic. ये तो any HTTP में यही होगा. So in Java-based web applications, typically, I'm saying typically, URI starts with the context root. With the context root. So you'll be wondering suddenly what is she saying? So context is equal to web application. Guys, context का literal meaning है environment. Okay. So the environment in which your web application is running a web context. So web application root, context root, all the same. So yeah, I've shown you context root pehle. So whatever is the name of the web project, that becomes it. So typically it is equal to name of the dynamic web project. So I'm just dissecting the URL. So when you say /day2web, where has your request reached? The request has reached your web application. Yes or no? See the travel, see the journey. 1 minute में diagram से दिखाऊंगी. I'm just giving you a warm up here. This was the what is it called? Protocol. HTTP means inside it is going to use TCP IP. So IP layer से we identified the host. Using TCP port number, we identified the service, which is your web listener, web server. And उसके बाद we have now entered our web application. And when you say slash gets mapped to the welcome file in the web application. And which is the welcome file I have written? What is the name of the welcome file? Slash is nothing but the root of the web application. And you remember, what is the name of the welcome file we have given, guys? Pretty easy question. Index.html. So now, it is the web server. Actual name is web container. Now it starts the response. तो web server, there is a layer inside, server side JVM use करेगा. Now we are not working on client side anymore. We have shifted to server side developer. We are a server side developer role. Server side JVM is popularly known as web container. So web server, as in web container, sends the response back. Sends, better word is renders the response. And which response? Whatever are the HTML tags. So what is it going to be? Text/HTML content is sent to the client. So this is what is all about request response loop. Everyone has to understand the dissection. I'm sure you already have heard this before in Monstack and all, step by step. But अगर नहीं याद है तो यहाँ से करो. So before giving you a break, let me show you a diagram which says this all. Because anytime you look at the diagram, things are better. Clarity is at a different level then. So I always tell you, okay, let me say this. I might forget to mention it in your lab instructions, but make a note of it somewhere. Sticky note or whatever note. Everyone has to go through request response flow diagram. This every day wise sequence लिखती हूँ word document में, वो तो compulsory document है. In addition to that, what is it you are going to refer to that I am giving you? The name of the diagram is request response flow. Which request and which response? HTTP request, HTTP response. तो एक मिनट में दिखाती हूँ. So here, everything starts from the client. Okay, this is your client side and this is your server side. Yes or no? Keep responding, huh? Because otherwise I'll lose you in between. Okay, बहुत ही simple. I hope I'm talking about. So client means, is it a thin client, thick client or mobile client की बात कर रही हूँ? I'm talking about a thin client here. What is the prerequisite? What will I require on a client side? Web browser and a connection, net connection to the remote server. Okay. So now you have to understand everything in the request URL and the response data. Response packet, request packet. So who is going to send the request to whom? Client to server, C to S, yeah, S to C. Very, very basic questions I'm asking you guys to make you comfortable. Of course, client will start sending the request. Forget day 1.1. Today we are in day 2.1 या day 2. So ये है आपका protocol. This is your host colon port. And this is where the URI begins. This is where the path begins. So now see the boxes. Boxes means layers. Okay. So which is the outermost box here? The outermost box is nothing but a, see this. The outermost box is the host machine hosting the web server. जहाँ पे web server run कर रहे हो ना, अभी तक तो सभी locally hosted है. Later you will deploy it on remote host. So here it is the machine, physical machine hosting the web server. Who is going to resolve it? IP layer. IPv4 भी हो सकता है, IPv6 भी हो सकता है. Is the outermost layer clear? Host hosting the web server. Yes or no? Now, which part is resolved? The host part is resolved. Which is the next part? Port. So here, there is who is listening. What is the default port number for your Apache? 8080. So who is listening on 8080 port? Web server. This is your TCP port. So TCP port ने port number कहाँ पे use किया? To resolve identify the service. To identify who is listening on this web server. So now we come to the inner box, internal. तो ये था आपका host, internal box is your web server. But now comes the most important layer, guys. So here, the most important layer in the entire discussion is the JVM or the runtime and Java runtime environment, which is within a web server. That is known as web container. Hereafter, I'm going to use the short form. You also get used to this short form, standard short form, WC. So where is this web container? Web container resides within the web server. मतलब क्या है? When you launch a web server, उसके साथ साथ Java JVM also starts, server side JVM starts, and the job of the web container is to manage entire web application. ठीक है? तो now control गया पहले, request package reach किया server side machine पे, then it reached the web server. Web server has given the control to web container, Java JVM. Now within a web container on a web server, can you deploy only one single web application? Yeah, multiple can be deployed. Answer is multiple can be deployed. Okay. So now we are going inside a web application. So guys, now start relating, connecting to what I showed you. When I created a dynamic web project, this is what I have created. Sorry, उससे पहले याद है, पहले I started a Tomcat server. तो ये server बना, server process started, and within that server, I created a dynamic web project. You don't worry about this. And what is this slash? Guys, this is the starting part of URI. This is nothing but a name of your web application. And then now our training will start. So what all type of contents you can add? Abhi tak to we have just begun. So all I showed you was index page. But web container जो है, it is a server side JVM. उसको instructions लगते हैं. So that instruction file is web.xml. Can I add your CSS, JavaScript and all that? Of course, yes. Images, audio content, video content, static content कर सकती हूँ. But that's not our training here. We want to learn Java components. So we'll be starting with servlets. Over the time, JSP, Java Beans, आपको DAO तो पता ही है, POJOs, utils. These will be the contents of your web application. So let us keep it simple to wrap up. Guys, यहाँ पे क्या था? Slash. Slash means I have not asked for any content. So web container को समझेगा, web container पढ़ेगा ये web.xml. From that it will understand that okay, now I have to render the welcome page. याद है welcome file में what is the welcome file name I had given? Index page. So now we start with the return journey. So which page, whose contents are going to be rendered from server to client? Index page ke. So now here it is. You know all these, series, all these different series. So now when you say response packet, who is going to send the response packet to whom? Server sends the response packet to client. So there are three sections of the server response packet. First आता है response status code. This is where we discussed about 100 to 500 series. उसके बाद क्या आता है? Response headers आते हैं. You must have seen so many already. Content length, content type. यहीं पे तो लिखोगे ना text/html, application/json. We are going to learn cookies. Redirection में redirect location लगेगा, refresh header लगेगा, कई सारे. Okay, so response headers आएंगे. And when I say I want to send some contents, that is what will be response body. So till now, we were in the HTML. So HTML can give you what? Static contents or dynamic contents. S or D. HTML can render what? Only the static contents. That is where we will enter the servlet, which can start generating the dynamic contents. So please make sure that I've written the full description of this diagram layer by layer in the today's sequence document. And this is the diagram. You should keep it open and practice it well. Let's have a 10 minutes break as a breather and continue in 10.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, we can create dynamic content through servlet.
Yes, servlet is ahead of topic, na? So let me start the servlet and we can have the questions on the servlet. Right now, just focus on what I showed. What I showed you was index page. So index page was generated, HTML contents, and that is what you have seen so far. Okay, wait for servlets.
Yes.
सकता है, local host हो सकता है. Now, within that, what is it you have is you have a web server on one of the port. Web server has a single JVM which is called as web container. And within a web container, I've stopped the sharing. Okay, it's enough. Within the web container, when we create these device projects, we'll have day 2 web, day 3 web, online voting, banking, e-commerce, food delivery app, जो भी कुछ बनाओगे, those are the dynamic web projects. So I said this already. Can one web container host only one web project या multiple? Only one dynamic web application या multiple? Single या multiple?
Multiple one.
Multiple. That is what I said. Guys, this is just a beginning. Let me show you actually things in time. Take 10 minutes break and we'll resume in 10.
Yes, ma'am.
So I hope everyone is back in. Before I start more on the servlet APIs and all, I'll give you a link. I'll send it on this. So here, guys, when it was core Java or Java AC APIs, I always insist you have to use the Java AC API documentation. Now I'm taking you from core Java, Java AC to Jakarta E. So first thing is, you have to keep this link open. So you can just search for it, Jakarta E API docs. But if you want, I can always share on the chat. Or you can just Google search Jakarta EE API documentation. So what is it you are looking at is Jakarta Enterprise Edition. And here it is show you version 9, version 9, version 10. Both are the, as far as servlets are concerned, it is the same. So keep it open and we'll continue with our discussion. So what I have said is, I've written everything. So I'll change this because the one may we cannot do. I'll make the array this compulsory reading exercise. I explained the flow diagram. Can anyone quickly tell me from outermost to innermost, what are the layers when you reach the server side host? Outermost layer, please. I'm going to ask you a question. Which is the outermost layer and which is the protocol? Which part of the protocol resolves it? Which is the outermost box or the layer? No idea. It is the host. Very right. Who resolves the host on the network? IP layer or your DNS. Now within the one host, can you run only one service or multiple services? Single or multiple? Multiple. How are multiple going to services run? Take example, you have MySQL. MySQL runs on which port number? 3306. Where is your web server? We have added on either 8080 or 7070. So next comes the web server, which is resolved by the TCP port. By default, it is 8080. There's nothing special about it. You can change it to whatever free port. So outermost box, host hosting the web server. Now inside we have got the web server. Now web server ke under, is it a Java or is it a .NET server? You're not yet done your .NET. So it is a Java web server. So Java runtime lagega. So what is the Java runtime known as, which resides, which is within the web server? Tell me. Most important layer is web container. I'll give you in a minute what all jobs your web container is going to do, and you'll appreciate web container a lot. So in simple words, what is a web container? It is your runtime environment on a server or on a client. S or C? It is on client. It is on the server side. It's a server side container ki baat kar rahi hu. Okay? So it is a server side container. And within the web container, can I only create one dynamic project representing a web application website or multiple? Single or multiple? Multiple. And that I have started you today being the actual first day. which is the project we have created is Day2Web. So anyone wants to tell me, what is Day2Web, guys? It is a dynamic web project, or you can say dynamic web application created within a web container. Web container is a server-side environment. I mean, it is a runtime environment within the server, and this server is running within a local host. So to summarize, host, web server, web container, and a web application. These are the layers we are talking about. Are we understanding it clearly? Of course, थोड़ा time लगेगा.
Can you please repeat these 4 layers?
Just now I said it.
Recently you said.
Just now I said it. I mean,
That's hope.
got it. So focus little. Outermost layer is a host. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
That is identified by your IP layer. Within
Yeah.
that, there is a web server, a process. Okay. Within
Okay.
the server, there is a runtime environment. That is your web container. And
Okay.
in that, what we have deployed is a web application. So those are the 4 layers. If you go inner to outer, web application, within a container, within a web server, running on the server side host. Are we clear?
Got it. Yes.
So now let's take you further. This is all written, guys. Whatever I say is I have already written in the detailed readmes. So here I have taken some other example, mybank.com, IT80/banking. So what is this? What is 8080? Everything I have written. And this we have already solved, testing the HTML content. But now I would like all of you to understand your web container very well. So what is a web container? Is it a server-side container or is it a client-side container? It's a server-side JVM which runs within a web server. How do you identify it separately? It's your JRE. It's a Java runtime environment for hosting dynamic web components. So which are the dynamic web components you're going to learn with me? We are starting with servlets today. In next couple of days, I'll take you to JSP. And the entry point to Spring Security is nothing but a filter chain. So अगर Spring Security ठीक से समझना है, so you have to understand servlet filter. So we'll take care of that as well. Now I'm saying, what are the jobs of your web container? Client तो HTTP request बना देगा, but creating that HTTP request object and HTTP response object, who's going to create it? P for programmer, WC for container. Answer is web container कर देगा. Who is going to manage the entire life cycle? जैसे आपने React component life cycle पढ़ा है, either class style components, functional components, जो भी कुछ. So here you will see servlet JSP filter life cycle. Who is going to manage it? Programmer या web container? Container is a WC, web container करेगा. And which life cycle, guys? 3-stage life cycle. Init, service, destroy. So when I say this, anyone can imagine, anyone can identify. Init means what? One-time initialization. Service means what? Bar. Anytime client sends a service, client sends a request, service method, servicing phase will be there. And destroys what? Shutdown phase. All this will be done in clear, proper details. In addition to doing this, it means container gives you ready-made support for additional services also. Next point is very important. Are you ever going to write a server-side application to handle one client or multiple clients? Single or multiple? Of course, multiple. And can they send concurrent requests? Can you get the multiple requests coming from multiple clients concurrently? Yes. The moment you hear the word concurrency, what is the next word that should come to you? How do you achieve concurrency, guys? Threads. Very right. But who is going to manage the threads? The best news I can give you is you don't have to manage the threads. I don't know, core Java में किया होगा आपने? There is something called as an executor framework. So web container uses executor framework to handle the concurrency. I'll show you that. We need to remember the client from login to logout because HTTP is your stateless protocol. Yes or no? Okay, so you are going to learn tomorrow cookie based cookies HTTP session. But लेकिन help कौन करेगा? Who is going to manage the most of it? Answer is your container. So manages state, manages cookies, everything. Unlike your React application, this is not going to be a servlet based or JSP is a page centric architecture. Means what? Everything, are you going to write in a single page or are we going to write it in multiple pages? Single page लिखोगे या multiple pages लिखोगे? Multiple. So you will have to take the client. See this. When I say this, you should always visualize. So after the form submission will be done to something like the authentication servlet. Successful login के बाद, you will have to navigate the client to different pages. So when I say you will have to navigate, we will just learn the API. There are some methods, redirection hai, request dispatching hai, but who is going to actually perform the navigation? Answer is container. So guys, as I always like to say, 80-20 ratio. Who is going to perform the 80% jobs and who is going to perform the 20% jobs? Answer. %80 कौन करेगा? Programmer या web container? Web container. And the 20% is all we are left with. So of course, you'll take time in understanding servlets and JSPs. But once you understand it, you can delegate things to the container. Okay, so that is your introduction to web container. Does that give you better clarity? Ki web container hai kya? It's a server side container, and it can do all of this. But web container says, come on guys, I am not a magician. I need instructions. So web container ko, you can talk to the web container either using some annotations, which I'll start in a couple of minutes, or the earlier approach is XML. So standard question, standard answers. Please go through today's sequence. ये जो है ना day 2 sequence twice. Twice means थोड़ा vertically read करना, but that everything, each and everything I've explained there, guys. तो करना ही है. So now W questions. I like to explain with W questions. Regarding web.xml, here, where do we add it? First of all, I'm not written that W question. Where means what is the location? Where is that location? Under the web.inf folder. Is web.inf folder private? PR. Public? PU. It is a private content folder. So can client access it directly? Bilkul nahi. So we are going to give the instructions to the server container. So why should client access it? Who is going to read all these instructions? Web container. Web container क्या है आपका? Server side runtime, server side Java runtime. Okay, what will it read? Sorry. When it will read? When you deploy. When you deploy means when you run the server side application. How do we run it in the IDE? Simply right click, run as, run on server. तो ये deployment हो चुका. Is it a local deployment की बात कर रही हूँ अभी तक या remote deployment? It's a remote की नहीं, local deployment where we have put it on the cloud, right? And most importantly, what does your web XML consists of? It consists of deployment instructions. You are telling web container how to manage your web application. तो कई सारे instructions है. You don't know all of it. You know only one instruction. Yes or no? We have told the web container, guys, कुछ भी ambiguous रखना ही नहीं है. It may take you some time, but by the end of the day, guys, today I'm saying, so by the end of tomorrow I'm saying, ये सब क्लियर होना चाहिए, होगा ही. तो which is the instruction I told the container that anytime client tries to access our web application, which is the welcome file whose contents are to be rendered, index page render kar do. Send the contents of index page. That is the instruction we gave. So this is what is all written here. Please read. And soon we will start with servlet and all that. Servlet hoga. Tomorrow we'll start about session configuration, security, all these tags. Initialization parameters, ये सब बढ़ेंगे web.xml. So I hope you are slightly more clear about web container and web.xml. Yes or no? Okay, next. Now we enter the servlet. Everything starts with Y, you know this. So why you are going to use servlet? To add the dynamic nature to the web application. When I say this, nothing is clear, so read on. What all are the jobs you can perform, or why you are going to write a servlet? To perform these jobs. So, container तो HTTP request बना के देगा, but you will have to read it. Example, container creates a request object and a response object. But if you are performing something like authentication, you will have to read an email and password. So request processing, you will have to do. That we will do in a servlet. Currently, we have not separated a business logic as in service layer. So business logic लिखेंगे servlet में ही. Who is going to generate the dynamic response? Servlet. Now come to the important part. Till now, who was managing the DAO layer in a single standalone application? Who was creating the DAO instance? Who was calling the DAO methods and who was cleaning it up, guys? Developer. अरे layer की बात कर रही हूँ, layer. Which layer was calling tester? So simply today, DAO, Pojo, DB utils will be the same. And जो भी आप tester में कर रहे थे, you will replace it in the servlet. So servlet will create the DAO instance. Servlet will call the CRUD methods. Login हो सकता है, registration हो सकता है, any CRUD. Candidate list दिखानी है, वो हो सकता है. Banking में withdraw, transfer, कुछ भी हो सकता है. So who is going to manage the DAO layer? Our servlet. And page navigation की API तो आपको लिखनी पड़ेगी. So doing the job of writing the API, making the method calls, you will have to do. So this is why we are learning servlets. I had explained yesterday the roadmap of our enterprise Java. So servlet, you can think of it as a backbone of enterprise Java. Meaning, if you understand servlets well, namely lifecycle, page navigation, and state management, understanding Spring MVC becomes more than easy. तो उसी पे focus करें. But in a real project, in your actual project, are you really going to create the servlets? Absolutely not. So this focus on understanding more, because finally though you will be writing something like Spring controllers or the service layer or the DAO layer, but servlets is extremely essential for understanding. So finally, what is it? At the end of it, what is it? It is a good old Java class, but we will never ever write the main method to it. Why we'll never write a main method in the servlet, please? अगर main method लिखा, तो what it becomes? Is it a web application or is it a standalone application? It's a standalone application and you have to launch it yourself. But guys, servlet की पूरी life cycle, who is going to manage? Web container. So you will never ever add a main method to it. It is simply a dynamic web component which has a predefined, जैसे React components में होता है, predefined life cycles, and there are 3 life cycle methods. So here starts our questions. Who is going to, write the logic in these methods? You have 2 choices, guys. P for programmer, WC for container. Who is going to add the logic to this method? Guys, anytime I say logic, how can a web container know कि आपको validation करना है या registration करना है? programmer. उतना तो करना पड़ेगा. But who is going to call these methods in a proper sequence? Who is going to invoke these methods? Web container. समझा 80-20. So here, how many times init method will be called, guys? How many times and when? Exactly once, right at the startup time. How many times destroy method will be called? Exactly once, towards the ending of the servlet lifecycle time. But how many times your service method is going to be called? Answer in multiple, agreed. I don't want this answer. I want one per something. Yes, Shubham is right. One per request. So you might be having 10 different clients sending 10 different requests. So 10 into 10 makes it 100. So 100 times. One per request is the absolutely correct answer. So as per the request, one per request is service method call hoga. Hear it again. Init and destroy exactly once. Here in the beginning, here in the end. And service method call hoga bar once per every request. With me so far? Okay. So now, servlet, guys, see, like it is like this. I can write a servlet in a minute, but point is, आपको समझेगा भी नहीं कुछ भी. So, it is a very essential learning part to understand the servlet API. So, I have written everything here. There are a lot of drawn diagrams, but looking at time, I would show you first with the API docs. Has everyone downloaded with the links? Have you opened this link? Java E API docs, have you opened? Okay, great. So keep that link open. I need to see two tabs on your browser, minimum 2 tabs. एक है Java SC docs, वो तो लगेगा ही बीच में. And the other one which you will require is the Java E docs. एक Java SC, एक Java E. So now, here, servlet related stuff. All the servlet API starts with, I'll show you. I have got lots of diagrams, but I just want to show you a simple first look बोलते हैं ना वैसे. So what is the starting point? उसी पे build करेंगे कल ज़्यादा. Okay, daily समझेगा. So what is the okay, let me say this. So servlet API starting point. This will remind you of when we talk about collection framework. Guys, you have a 1-page summary. Collection framework has 2 parts. Iterable है, collection है. Collection के नीचे list, set and the queue and its implementation classes. And the other portion is map and its implementation classes. Yes or no? Okay, so itna complex nahi hai, don't worry. So I'm just giving you a servlet API. This servlet API specifications, specs is specification. This is given in the jar file called as servlet API.jar. API.jar. ये तो आएगा Jakarta से. Jakarta E से. Specification is Sun Supply. I mean, पहले Sun Supply था, Oracle Sun and all that. अभी Eclipse Foundation. But specification से क्या होगा? कुछ नहीं होगा ना? तो implementation भी लगेगा. So, which is the implementer vendor for us? Which is the vendor we have chosen, guys? Server vendor क्या choose किया है? Which is the server we are using? Tomcat. अरे MySQL कहाँ गए usual? I'm not talking about a database. I'm talking about web APIs. तो यहाँ पे implementation is done by Apache supplied. Apache का कौन सा? Apache supplied Tomcat. And Tomcat has a specific jar, something like Catalina. Okay. So this is your separation. So tomorrow, if I change the server, you know, I don't want to work with Apache Tomcat. By the way, Apache Tomcat is lightning fast. And when I take you to Spring Boot one fine day, you will see this external server वगैरह कुछ add नहीं करना पड़ेगा. Your Spring Boot application it has an embedded Tomcat container. तो इतना popular है in short. So tell me, but suppose I don't like Tomcat. I want to change it, replace it by WebLogic. So Do you have to make any changes in any code at all? Changes करने पड़ेंगे या नहीं करने पड़ेंगे? बिल्कुल नहीं करने पड़ेंगे. Why? Because will you be using interfaces, specifications, option 1, or will you be using server specific implementation classes, option 2? Somebody still saying option 2, guys. I said Rahul or somebody else. I could read his name. Don't take it personally ever, please. Guys, अगर server specific सब कुछ कोड लिखा तो बार बार बदलना पड़ेगा when you change the server, isn't it? तो क्या लिखोगे आप? We will always use the interfaces and the specifications, and that is the part of servlet API jar. एक मिनट में दिखाती हूँ. Because unless until you see it, what you see is what you believe types. तो यहाँ पे see this. ये सब when the laptops are in front of you, I'm going to repeat. Okay, so don't worry about repetition. Look up here. You have Java resources. You have SRC main Java. I'm expanding on libraries. Which are the two libraries you are looking at, guys? Java SE तो लगेगा ही. Java SE is like a basic, and on the top of it, which is the server I have added, rather you are going to add Apache Tomcat. Yes or no? समझा इतना? Okay. Java SE is a fundamental foundation. उसी पे extend किया है enterprise Java को. Now expand on that. ये सब कर, I'll get it done from you. So only thing is, you have to be responsive and थोड़ा focus चाहिए. So now you can see this is the folder, guys. I have got some E drive पे है. You will have some folder. तो यहाँ पे ना Apache Tomcat का खुद का ही lib यानी library folder होगा. And I'll show you something interesting. So hopefully you will be connecting to it. Can you see something, guys? वहाँ पे एक jar file पड़ा है servlet API jar. So is it specification folder? Is it containing specification? S. Is it containing implementation? I. Is it specification? Okay. And then you will see somewhere Catalina.jar. तो इसमें क्या होगा? Again the same question. Specification या implementation पड़े रहेंगे Catalina में. यहाँ पे आएगा आपका implementation. So quick question to those who are still feeling little lost. It's okay to feel lost. Tomorrow evening तक ही loss लगा तो then there is a red flags. Here. Tomorrow, if I change the server from Tomcat to, let's say, WebLogic, which of the jar files will change? Your choices are servlet API.jar, Catalina.jar, both of above या none of above. कौन सा बदलेगा? Catalina बदलेगा. Because servlet API jar is containing all the specifications, what is to be done, and server के साथ साथ server specific jar बदलेगा. And if you open servlet API.jar, कहाँ गया? Here, what you are going to see is all these Jakarta.servlet, उसी का भी discussion करूंगी to explain the servlet specification. Don't worry, I'll repeat it 10 times in the next 2-3 days. So it will like ingrained on your brains. So this is what I have written. Servlet API के specifications are in servlet API jar. ये तो Jakarta EE से specification आ गए. And implementation is left to vendor. अगर आपने Apache Tomcat vendor चुना, if you select Apache Tomcat as a vendor, then the implementation classes are in Catalina. Got something out of it? At least 5-10% तक समझा? Okay. Now let us start looking at time. I'll just ये सब repeat होगा. Don't worry about repetition. So now let me start. Very, very simple diagram दिखा रही हूँ. What is the starting point of servlet API? पहले Java X करके package, okay, I'll write both. Java X.servlet package आता था, और when I upgrade you to the latest version, the package is Jakarta. Okay, so whether you say Jakarta or whether you say Java, it is nothing but your enterprise this thing. Okay, so here the package name can be Java X.servlet till Java E8, and Java E9, Jakarta E9 से package names will be replaced by Jakarta.servlet. समझा इतना? So what is the starting point? It starts with a single interface called as servlet. तो servlet करके एक interface है, 1 मिनट में जावा से दिखाऊंगी. It has got totally 5 methods. Out of 5 methods, 3 methods are super important. These are your life cycle methods. Which life cycle methods you heard me saying? Init, service, destroy. So this is your starting point. You are stepping into, oh, I'm so sorry. So this is your starting point. So what is the starting point of a servlet API? Is an interface, servlet interface, right? Which are the important 3 methods of the servlet interface? Init, service, and destroy. Okay. Now, तो you might be thinking कि अगर servlet लिखना है तो इसको implement करना पड़ेगा. बिल्कुल नहीं. तो here your servlet API has given you the implementation class. तो उसी का implementation class है. That implementation class is, I mean, package वही है, Jakarta.servlet ही package है, and name of the implementation class is a generic servlet. This is your abstract implementation class. So when you say abstract, there are 2 abstract, I'm so sorry, and the init and destroy are the concrete methods. Okay. Concrete यानी उससे खुद से default implementation किया है, but there is a service method which they have kept it as a abstract. So service method has 2 arguments. Anyone wants to guess what could be the 2 arguments about the service method? Service में क्या लगेगा? Service के लिए क्या लगेगा? Request and response, absolutely right. तो यहाँ पे request है, there is something called as a servlet request. उसी के नीचे HTTP servlet request है, and you have a response. Okay, तो ये method उन्होंने abstract ही रखी है. So servlet interface is implemented by which implementation class? Generic servlet. But generic servlet we will not extend, we will not use this because generic servlet does not support HTTP specific features. तो अगर आपको HTTP प्रोटोकॉल ही यूज करना है, which is what we want to do, उसी के नीचे means उसका subclass है. Guys, I'm drawing an inheritance hierarchy. The subclass of generic servlet is, now we are entering a new package. Jakarta.servlet तो था ही. उसी के नीचे there is a package called as HTTP, and there is a class called as HTTP servlet. Okay. So this is the class which we are going to extend from. So this is going to be the super class for writing our servlets. So what will be the class definition, guys? Public class. Everything we start with hello world. Example लिखती हूँ. Example में क्या लिखोगे आप? In a minute I will write public class hello servlet या hello world servlet जो भी कुछ. Hello world servlet. And what will it be extending from? What will be the super class we will use here? We will have a super class as HTTP servlet. I mean, HS is for HTTP servlet, and that is where we will write our logic. So understand me correctly. Which is the starting point? Servlet interface. Servlet interface is implemented by which class? Generic servlet class. Which is the subclass below your generic servlet is HTTP servlet, and we will be using this class to extend from this will be our common superclass, base class hoga, जिसी से we will use this for creating our own servlets. 3-level hierarchy clear? Let's keep it light, clear, and simple. Which interface? Servlet. Implemented by which class? You can write in short forms. Generic servlet. And generic servlet is further extended by which class? HTTP servlet. And we will create our own subclass which extends from it. So when I tell you more tomorrow, today in the lab, whatever. So when you see this HTTP servlet, it is also an abstract class. This is also an abstract class. But surprisingly, this is where things little become more challenging, more interesting. In this abstract class, there are no abstract methods. So it's a popular question, interview question, or whatever question you have. Why they have created a HTTP servlet as an abstract class, but why there are no abstract methods? So I've written it as a separate answer and all. Today you go over it, and tomorrow I'll explain it in a very, very, very proper manner. So now coming back to the point, when you say I'm extending from HTTP servlet, I want to write some logic. So here we will, if you want to understand this, so when I override this, when I extend this class, if you want to add custom initialization logic, अगर करना है तो override init method. Okay. If I want to add the custom destroy logic, shutting down, clean up. Let me say this. If I want to add the custom cleaning up logic, which method I should override? Init destroy a service, ISD. Destroy method. Sorry. And you must be surely thinking to add client servicing logic. Which is the method to override, guys? Of course, I get this answer almost all the time. So you think this must be the service logic. So you might be thinking that this is override the service, but not required. We will never ever override the service method because, listen to this carefully, HTTP servlet class has already implemented service method. तो अगर सुपर क्लास ने पहले से ही किया है, तो what is the point in repeating ourselves? Because inheritance. Inheritance is all about reusability. It's all about not repeating ourselves. No redundancy. So if the HTTP servlet class has already implemented the service method, are we going to implement or override the service method once again? बिल्कुल नहीं. But ये servicing क्या करता है पता है? So this service method dispatches. See the word I'm using. Forwards, dispatches. Or okay, simple word with you. I'll say this service method calls the do get method. I'm going to show you all from Java docs. If the client has sent, client has used get method for sending the data. If it will call do post method. Now you can join the dots. Tell me, ये कब do post method, ये service method do post कब call करेगा guys? Quickly. If the body, अरे body पे कहाँ गए अमर? I've given you this. अरे do get call होता है when it is get. And do post is called if the HTTP method by which, if the HTTP method used is post. And similarly, if the client has used the request HTTP method as delete, guess smartly which method your service will call? अगर delete use किया है तो कौन सी method call करेगा? Do delete. नहीं, delete is the HTTP method name. I'm talking about servlet methods. Do delete, do get, do post, do put, do patch. But till we are in the servlet programming, we don't require all this. All these things will require when I take you to REST APIs. Everyone knows REST APIs. When do you use get method? What do you use get method for? A quick revision, asking you questions. Get किसके लिए use करते हो? To get the read-only resource. What do you use post for? Insert नहीं, to create. Insert ठीक है, but professionally answer देना. To create a new resource. Guys, REST is all resource-oriented architecture. Where do we use put method for? Loose answers दे रहे हो. Partial updation के लिए या complete updation के लिए? Complete updation के लिए. Where do we use patch method for? Partial update के लिए. And where do you use for delete? Naturally, for deleting a resource. Yes or no? So ये सब आगे आएगा. But here, till we are in servlets and JSPs, which are the only two methods you're going to require throughout, is either get or post. Understanding this? So finally, where do we come in? ये तो सब servlet container ने करके दिया है. So as a developer, which is the method we have to override? So programmer must override at least one of the do star methods. So typically, either we can override do get or we can override do post, or in some cases, you might require both. Some part is done with get, some part is done with post. So you can also override both of them. So this is what I'm going to show you with a very simple beginning. So which is the method we are finally going to override? अगर initialization कुछ करना है तो init method override करेंगे. If we have something like cleanup, which is the method to override? And servicing logic कहाँ पे लिखोगे? Option 1 service method, option 2 do XXX methods. Do star methods में करेंगे. So why don't you look at it from the API docs? ये सब first time I'm telling you, first time is always complicated. You get used to it, provided you take efforts. तो दिखाती हूँ पूरा from the API docs. So here we'll look for Jakarta .servlet. This is the main package, base package. Jakarta.servlet में what is it we have? Starting point is servlet interface. So Jakarta.servlet.servlet. In my notes or diagrams, guys, I might have said Java X.servlet. So you can relate it to Java X was the earlier, older version, just one level version earlier. Replace it globally by Jakarta. So ये तो interface है. Which are the methods? There are totally 5 methods. Other to ignore, look at the important ones. So there is an init method. Ignore servlet config. Currently nahi, to second, third day पे बताऊंगी. So this is called by the servlet container is equal to web container. Exactly once towards the beginning. Destroy method call होगी at the shutdown. And which is the method which will get called multiple times per request is service. What are the two arguments of service method you are looking at? Servlet request and servlet response. Click on that. I hope you have opening and you are tracing the Java docs along with me. अगर नहीं कर रहे हो तो you will have a problem later. So wake up immediately, open the Java docs and start tracing it along with me. I'll give you one more revision during the lab session, but don't rely on it. It all depends on, I don't want to eat up too much time in your lab. इसलिए. So when you click on servlet request, it is nothing but another interface. And what it represents is defines an object to provide the client request information to the servlet. So one is your request and the other one is servlet response, another interface. So these are your two arguments of your service method. Okay? Now, this servlet interface is implemented by which class? Generic servlet. It is a abstract class and it tells you if you want to write a HTTP servlet, which is used on the web, should you extend from generic servlet class or should you extend from HTTP servlet class? GS या HS? It is, you should extend from. Guys, answer me. Answer is right there in front of you. You should extend from a HTTP servlet. So that is where we come down to your HTTP servlet. And this is going to be the super class for writing all the servlets. So much so that even when I take you to Spring MVC, there is a something called as a dispatcher servlet board Spring framework deta hai, that also extends from here. Okay, now, so here, read this. It is an abstract class to be subclass. Abstract classes ka instance, can you create the instance of the abstract class?
No.
Of course not. So that is where you'll have to subclass it to create a HTTP servlet for our website. And read this twice. A subclass of HTTP servlet must at least override, at least I'm saying, one of these do star methods. So do get कब override करोगे? For handling get request. Do post कब override करोगे? Handling post request, and that's it. In the servlet and JSP topic, we just need do get or do post. And if you want to have some custom initializations, custom cleanup, then we'll override init and destroy. Now, all these guys, first day you're hearing, do not worry at all. I keep saying these statements at least on 2-3 days, couple of times. Read this yourself along with me. Should we ever override the service method? Yes or no? There's absolutely no need because service method is going to dispatch us to do star methods. तो कौन सी method override करनी है? Service method override करोगे या do star methods override करोगे? Do star methods. Okay. So this is enough understanding. Now let us write our first servlet and objective. Always guys, I like to talk about क्या करना क्या है. What is the requirement? So the objective I'm trying to solve is simple understanding. Yeah, I've written. Objective is, I just want to show you a basic servlet lifecycle which consists of init, service, destroy. Service to override nahi karna padega, do get override. And then I'll show you how to deploy this servlet also. Okay, this is the objective we are trying to finish today, complete today. So you tell me. I'll just ask you something. Let's see. When I'm developing, guys, we'll stop the server. I'll add something. I need your answers all the time. 8 minutes. Let's see.
Ma'am, can you please use dark theme?
Come again, Nisha.
Ma'am, I was saying if you could please use the dark mode.
No, dark mode becomes really unclear for this. And I'm more used to for the presentation light mode. Okay, so I'm not going to switch the mode here. For the standard presentation practices, we typically use this light mode only. So here, focus on this mode. Have I run whatever? Yeah. So here, start answering Isha from yourself. I'll ask you. This web page, this contents are going to be downloaded from server to client. Yes or no? The contents are going to be, when these contents are going to be downloaded, guys, after the first request. So now, after client requests, can you tell me what will be the requesting URL जो आएगा client से server पे? What will be the URL request which will be sent from client? I want to hear the URL. Type the URL fast. This is where you please pay more attention. I'm waiting for your responses, guys. Because उसी के साथ तो servlet लिखेंगे ना? Is the question clear? When I click on the link, what will be the requesting URL? So HTTP, you forgot HTTP, localhost colon 8080, and you completely forgot your URL, URI. Guys, first part of the URI is always the web project. तो HTTP localhost colon port slash उसके बाद आता है context का part, web application का part, and उसके बाद आएगा slash hello. I'll mention it here. What will be the URL? HTTP. I'm saying generally host colon port. So localhost local port slash context path. Context path is your web application and उसके बाद आएगा slash hello. Understood me? Yes, exactly. You have given me the specific answer. So now, when I click on this, of course you are going to get HTTP 404 करके दिखाती हूँ. Oh, sorry. What I did is I never selected the server. एक second. Run on server. Here I selected. Next you can there's a checkbox. Always use this server. वो भी check कर सकते हो. So you have the link. Are you understanding what just happened? Yes or no? It has already launched the first request. उसका response आ गया. We downloaded the link. Now invoking it. And of course, you are going to get a 404. I'll show you. All answers are in the URL. So this was the URL. So many of you have written. So HTTP host colon port. उसके बाद आता है context path, which is the web application name. And उसके बाद आएगा slash hello. And naturally, have we yet mapped any servlet to handle this request? We haven't. So that is why it is all failed. Got me so far? So now let us write your first servlet. When you are developing, my suggestion is stop the server. So you can go here, you can click here, and you can stop the server. So now start participating. See guys, it is on the right click. There are right click options. But since you are doing it for the first time, let us write everything from scratch. Next time onwards, you can generate the servlet under few minutes. Okay. So कहाँ पे generate करनी है servlet? Java source folder में. Right click on it. New. Later तो यही option use करोगे directly servlet का. First time दिखा रही हूँ. So class. Let me call it as hello world servlet. Let's not give the name as day2web. Let's use the same base package com.cdac. And because the servlet represents a dynamic web page, generally I give the package name as pages. You can say com.cdac servlets. Chalega, anything. Now anyone and everyone. What is going to be the super class of all our servlets? Is it going to be a generic servlet GS or is it going to be a HTTP servlet HS? Of course, HTTP servlet. So here, HTTP servlet. And control space पे अगर ये नहीं आया, तो what is the troubleshooting tip? What is the thing you should understand? You have forgotten to add the server. आपका server added है ही नहीं, तो कैसे add? Okay, so here now I'll go a little faster. Which are the methods are we going to override? Anyone wants to tell me? Yes, I want 3 methods, 3 answers. Please, Umesh, you are right on the first one. I want 3 answers. Init होगा, life cycle दिखा रही हूँ. Init, destroy, अरे service नहीं हुई this Lakshit. We said init, destroy and do get. Why I'm suddenly saying do get and not do post? Anyone? Because you are clicking on a link. ये थोड़ी form submit कर रहे हो. That तो वो तो बाद में आएगा. So here, let me choose source, override implement methods. तो एक है do get, वो लिया HTTP servlet से, generic servlet cell override. There are 2 methods. I'll take the parameter list init and और एक मिलेगा, sorry, इसी से मिलेगा मुझे destroy. So that looking at time, I'm not typing. Otherwise, generally I type the whole thing. So let's look at it. This is going to be called by the container. So all I'm adding is the log statement, print statement. In it, in destroy, and here I'll say in do get. Understood me so far? What all I did? Clear or not clear? Okay. But ये तो server side console पे दिखेगा. So what is my objective is? This is the objective we started with. The requirement is objective is test the servlet lifecycle. That is why I wrote these methods plus generate or render dynamic response. This is what I want. Is the requirement clear? Is the question clear? Okay. So now, तो ये तो methods override किए हैं. Now let us identify step-by-step approach. So what is the first step in a do get method, guys? You have to set response content type. तो उसके लिए HTTP servlet response की method है. The name of the method itself is set content type. Response dot set content type. So you tell me, what should be the content type? I'll give you two choices. Choices चाहिए? Let's see whether you can do it without choices. String. String लिखो यहाँ पे, उमेश. यहाँ पे string लिखो. Wrong answer. Text/JSON. JSON पे कहाँ हो आप? We are not in the REST APIs. Guys, this should be known after spending so much time in this thing. What is it called? Your MERN and WPT. The content type starts with type text. And what is that type you are sending is HTML. So the standard type is, for the first half, we are going to render HTML tags. And HTML is all text. So that is the first step. Now, I need to send the response from server to client. So to send the response from server to client. So first question is, am I sending a text response or are we sending a binary response? थोड़ा ना पढ़ के करना है. Guys, I have already set the content type to text/HTML and you are saying binary. Come on. So we are going to send the text response. Here. Now I'll have to refresh your memory. Java.io package याद है? Because it is all connected to core Java. So in Java.io package, there are 4 hierarchies. एक है input stream, एक है output stream, the other one is reader, other one is writer. Yes or no? Okay. So if I want to write the response and which is text, which hierarchy will you choose? Input stream, output stream, reader, या writer? Which is the stream will you choose? You want to write the response. You want to send the response. And that is a text response. Which one will you choose, guys? थोड़ा revision करना पड़ेगा, हाँ? Writer stream. But if I just use writer, writer is an abstract class. So here we use, I don't know whether you remember this, print writer करके class सीखा है? Have you used the class? Have you studied the class print writer? So that is what is used in advanced Java. Okay. So what does print writer represent? Print writer represents the buffered writer. थोड़ा ये पे है. I mean, what is it? It is based on core Java. So we are going to use java.io.printlwriter as a buffered writer. And of course, you have an API. So here, you don't have to create the instance of it. You just want to get it. So what is the second step? Get the writer from the HTTP. You can see this. There's a HTTP servlet request and there's a HTTP servlet response. So HTTP servlet response se karenge. And the method is, I'm giving you the method here. The method is public. It returns a print writer. And the method name is get writer. And in case there is something which goes wrong, if you are not able to create the print writer, it might throw the IO exception. So giving you a minute, and I want anyone to use this in a code. I have set the content type, तो content type header बन चुका. After the REST API वो आएगा application/JSON. There is no text/JSON. Application/JSON आएगा, नहीं तो text/HTML. So right now तो text/HTML. Now I want to create, I want to get this writer. So I have given you the API. Anyone wants to write the code. मुझे डेटा भेजना है ना, रिस्पॉन्स भेजना है ना सर्वर से क्लाइंट को, कैसे भेजना? Print writer PW is equal to response.getWriter. Absolutely correct, Srinivas. Only one question I have for you, for anyone. Is print writer auto-closable या not auto-closable? That's why I said, guys, दोनों Java docs लगेंगे आपको. तो यहाँ पे, this is my core Java docs, print writer. This print writer, you can see, is it auto-closable? Yes. Can I open it in a try with resources? Very much yes. So I don't have to bother closing it. So now you can dictate. You can understand it easily. So I'm opening try with resources. And whatever Srinivas dictated, I'm going to do the same thing. Print writer, let's say PW is equal to response.getWriter. It tells you so clearly. Read the pop-up help. Returns a print writer object that can send the character text to the client. And अभी तो character text ही HTML text ही भेजना है. That's the point. तो अगर binary भेजना है ना, तो there is another method, get output stream. वहाँ पे binary stream, binary images वगैरह download कर सकते हो. Not required. And last step is send the response. So if I want to send the response, if you remember core Java, print writer and print stream, exactly the same. So I can use print methods, println methods, printf methods, all of it. So see what I'm doing. See whether you understand. You are supposed to read it parallelly because I'm going to ask you immediately what is it I'm doing. ये सब core Java की ही APIs use कर रही हूँ. ज़्यादा. Hardly anything from web Java. It should remind you of JSX. JSX किया होगा. What is it we write in the JSX pages? क्या लिखते हैं उसमें? You embed. You can embed the JavaScript and HTML together. So यहाँ पे we have a Java and we are embedding HTML. So tell me guys, what is happening in this line? क्या कर रही हूँ यहाँ पे? Line number 29-30. What is happening? Don't you remember your print writer and print stream system.out print करते थे ना? So what is happening here? Don't you remember your JSX at all? Guys, I need some responses. How can I continue without a response? दिखाती हूँ. Responses are important. Responses are required. Otherwise, how will you? I'm just trying to show you because exactly similar we do in a JSX page and you have done that. So ये connect होना चाहिए. So here, let me show something, some component, because you have done much more, I'm sure, than this. So let me open up list category component. See this. At least does this look familiar to you? Respond fast. Okay. And now you tell me, what is it we are doing here? So here, this is some conditional rendering. So if there are categories, product categories coming, what is it I'm embedding here? HTML. Yes or no? So isn't this the same? Guys, thoda samajhna padega, thoda you should be able to connect that this is what you have learned already in React. Exactly same I'm showing you from the Java server-side component. So wake up and start responding. Here already people have this. Guys, when I give you a 10 minutes break in between, 130 gets changed to 140. So understand that much. Otherwise, you know what I'll have to do is I'll have to continue throughout. वैसे तो नहीं कर सकते इसलिए. So coming back to the point, first I have opened the print writer. And when I say pw.print, I'm just adding HTML contents in the print writer ka buffer. So it is still on the server side. Yes or no? Now, everyone knows when the end of the try with resources pe, what will JVM call automatically? pw.close karega. Sorry. So when you say pw.close, this is all revised core Java. तो यहाँ पे पहला कॉल करेगा pw.flush. Remembering anything at all? तो यहाँ पे क्या होगा? जो भी buffer contents है, those will be sent in the response buffer. ये सब होना चाहिए सामने आपके. I'll repeat the statement. pw.close, यहाँ पे print writer close होगा. Yes or no, one by one. But JVM is not dumb enough to lose the contents. ये जो डाले हैं ना अपने HTML contents, वो पहले flush out होंगे. So it will flush out the buffer contents means what? It will send the response here. यहाँ पे response rendering होगा. Send the response buffer to the client. And this is how your what do you say, response will be rendered. So looking at time, I'll just tell you at this. Again, we'll have to do the revision in the lab session. So what are the things I've written really important? First step is set the content type. What is the second step? Get the response writer. And the third step is you have a print writer, usi ke buffer mein data dalo. Simply write the contents and JVM will automatically close the buffer, flush the contents, and that is where the actual rendering of the response will happen. So now the last question before we stop for a break. If I do only this much and run the application again, once again I'll get a HTTP 404. Tell me why. करके देख लो. If I write only this much, 100% web container को कुछ समझेगा नहीं and the error code will be 404. Why? Are we there or are we not there? Anyone wants to guess? There is no configuration. This one, Ankur, you are wrong. When you don't write the status code, what is the default status code which is sent? You know that from your WPT. HTTP status code 200. Okay, so that is not required. So you're on the off track. The correct one is where we have informed the container that this is the servlet and you have to manage the lifecycle. So there are two ways you can give the instructions. एक instruction set is configuration in web.xml, but that is a legacy approach. So what is a modern approach, guys? Modern approach is annotations. So tell me quickly, which annotations have you learned in core Java? At least 2-3 examples, Dena. You must have learned so many. The first one, override. Yes. Anything else? Functional interface and suppress warnings, safe vargs, deprecated, kitne sare. But all of them are compile time annotations. All the annotations which I'm going to show you in web Java are runtime annotations meant for the container. So here, explanation baad mein, I'll show you. So there is a class level annotation. Or actually, I'll explain it from the API docs. Very nicely they have given. So there is a annotation whose name is web servlet. So service name web servlet. Okay? So read this because understanding easy padega. So this retention policy is runtime. Means what? If this annotation is for Java compiler C or Java runtime R. Have people left the session already? This simple question tha runtime ke liye hai. So because you can see this, and which is the runtime in our web application web container. So this is the annotation we use to declare a servlet. Who's going to read this annotation? Servlet container, web container at the deployment time. And you just have to give the mapping. You just have to say that this servlet is going to respond to which URL or which URL pattern. So here, let me use this. Further explanation, I'll give it in the lab. Web servlet karke annotation hai. It's a mandatory annotation. And here you can supply what is the value, what is that URL you are going to map it to. I'll remind you of this, refresh your memory. Anyone wants to tell me what should be the value of this web servlet annotation? Should I give the full URL? Answer is right. Only the last part, ending part. वो जो path रहता है ना URL pattern उसको बोलते हैं. So only that you have to supply. So here I'm going to map it to /hello. I hope you are not writing /hello. Okay, right. Guys, इसीलिए तो servlet इसीलिए तो URL pattern ये URL दिखाया था ना. So you just have to map it to the last ending part. Start it with the / because it is a part of a URL pattern. I guess we are done with it. Let's try this out and immediately stop for a lunch break. So observe and conclude. Right click on the application, right click on the project, run as, run on server. Choose the server, or you can say always use this server. Anything works. Next, can everyone see that there is one configured application? Simply say finish. And always you should watch the console. So let it open the client side. We go to the server side and open this. And as you can see, there are no exceptions. There is no problem. Now, take a look at it. And nothing like surprising here, but at least, is it working or is it not working, guys? At least you can tell me that much. Is it throwing any exception or is it mapping correctly? It is mapping correctly. And let me ask you a simple question. Static contents or dynamic contents? Is it generating the static contents or is it generating the dynamic contents? Of course, it is dynamic contents. And look up here for an interesting thing. Init method kitni baar call hua? Exactly once, right in the beginning. How many times service तो we don't have to override. लेकिन service method ने internally क्या call किया? अपनी doGet method. So how many times doGet method is getting called? Anyone and everyone? Once per every request. No, I don't want you to count it, guys. Come on. I just wanted the meaning, this basic thing. One per every request. And now here, if I see this, just observe. Observation से सब कुछ है. If I close this web browser, web client, or web thin client, what is it you expect to see on the server side? When I close the client, when I stop the client, do you expect to see the destroy method called? Dekh lo khud se. See this? Destroy method does not get called, guys, because the same servlet can service any client whatsoever. Okay, so I'm opening another client, and what is the URL I should give, guys? Localhost hai, 8080 hai. What was it? Day 2 web tha. So I'm launching it. Oh, day 2 web में क्या था? और 8080 नहीं, which is the port number I changed it to, guys? 7070. and slide take web. So am I seeing the are we seeing the welcome page again? We are. And here you are seeing the servlet again. So guys, servlet is a classic example of singleton. एक ही इंस्टेंस सर्वलेट कंटेनर करता है और वो इनिशियलाइज हो चुका. So the same servlet, and I'll just clear the console. देख लो एक बार. तो clear कर रही हूँ console, and then I'm refreshing this. So which method will be called बार बार? Initialization and instantiation तो हो चुका. So it is only the do get method which is getting called. So anyone, when do you think your servlet container will call the destroy method? Destroy method कब call करेगा? Anyone wants to guess when the destroy method will get called? Yeah, better answer is server shutdown. So guys, be careful. ये है आपका forceful shutdown. When you see here, तो उसमें destroy method नहीं call होती. But if you click on server and here when you select the server, यहाँ पे एक run button है. Stop the server. Actually, not terminate. Stop the server. And do we see the life cycle of a servlet getting ended? So this is all about init service destroy. Let's have a lunch break. I will, you know the everyday pattern, guys. You just download वो Apache Tomcat server दिया था softwares में, वो download extract करके रखना and download today's data, and we'll start with the lab instructions. See you in hours time.